there. Another sport that we are not really looking at in Oyo State is squash. Squash is a fantastic sport, that it's an international sport, and we have the facility here in Oyo State. You know, and I also know that there is one inside a squash courts inside Liberty Stadium, which are probably being privatized or whatever. But what is very important is for every facility that we have existing, let us maximize it. In maximization, make sure that it's accessible, make sure that it's usable, make sure that I don't need to break the bank, you know, to be able to use it. But really, over 10, I would say the sporting industry in Oyo State is doing well, because like he mentioned, we've raised a lot of legends, and people are still coming, people are doing a whole lot. There's some people that I don't even know about yet. You know, I know there's a lady that, so one of the things that we did recently in our, last event that we had, which is Activate with Orifit, we have female weightlifters in Oyo State. Very young folks that came to do weightlifting exhibition. And, you know, when I met her, we got talking a lot of that. She made me realize that she's a world gold medalist, weightlifter, and she's also Africa gold medalist. So, you know, these are the young crops that are coming up. I would still want to go back to Ministry of Youth and Sports or your state. These are the kind of people that they need to scout for. These are the kind of people they used to look for. The Ministry of Youth and Sports, you know, I'll be saying much of that because, it's my concern.
Okay, so let me just interject. Apologies. How do you think the private sector, I need you to just move briefly away from the Ministry of Youth and Sports. How do you think yes, because the people here are the private sector. Okay. How do you think the people here as the private sector can actually participate and leverage and eventually exploit some of these opportunities? Looking at the gold medalists for the weightlifting, for instance.
Okay, for example, for the private sector, the weightlifter, for example, can be approached to become a brand ambassador, and he should be responsible for pushing their brand, which in turn will bring income to the private sectors that are available. And at the same time, the private sectors should not just think that, because one of the challenges that we have is when you go approach them, they're like, we are not doing something related to sport, we are not selling sport product. No. Don't let us sectionalize because they are sports people. Yeah, they are sports people, but they also engage in other walks of life. So the private sector can come on board, be part of what is happening in the sporting industry. For example, we could have, let's say, Ekaabo Fitness Festival. You know, we could have whatever the name is, you know, you get. So that way, and for the private sectors, they are not just going to be doing it. There is going to be something in it for them. You know, presently we're talking with one of the financial institutions that is trying to do something in the area of sports in Oyo State, especially in Ibadan. So now they saw sport as a tool whereby they can use to come back into the market scene, because they believe that a lot of people are now into sport and all of that and everything and all of that. Permit me to mention, that is what Verve is doing presently. Verve is not really doing anything extraordinary. Verve has come out to sponsor fitness events, and they're taking it around the geopolitical zone in Nigeria, and they do their grand finale in Lagos. You know, that way. Look, for most people using the cards now, use Verve that is, making the cards. You get. So I want to advise, I want to advise the private sector not to just see that, they have come with proposals, just sponsor and go. You know, I'll keep saying, most especially sometimes when we write a proposal, we'll tell them that we're going to name a particular fitness section after your brand. For example, we can say Ekaabo Squat Challenge. We can say Ekaabo Push-Up Challenge. Okay. So that way, everybody, we want to look, towards that, regular. And again, I would like to say that the private sector can also invest in building sporting facilities. You get it? They can sporting facilities, recreational centers. They are also part of sport. So if you have such, people will definitely want to pay in, to use the facility to be part of it. That way they can make their income.
Thank you very much, Victor Makefa.
Okay, what you just mentioned now. I think some of the holders here will bear me witness. Back in the days, we used to have clubs like Leventis United. ICC was actually, an investment, an industrial, commercial institution that was, sponsoring the football team that made the name and then were turned into 3SC. Just to talk about the private investors, starting from that particular point. A lot of private investors are itching to channel their money where they will get very huge ROI. And I would say in sports, there is that opportunity for continuous investment and continual money flowing back into your own wallet. The thing is, because some things are not happening presently, some people do not see it yet. But then, there is a growing community. And I would say that using the example of Shooting Stars, the first example I'll give is the 3SC Fans TV. When it came through, a lot of fans who were already at the stadium, I can say it because I'm a sport journalist, over the years, December used to be a very busy period for me on TV. Why? Because December, I'm finishing my show in the morning, and I have to run to a sporting event to cover. Why? Because we have a few TV stations in Ibadan. Mine is one of the foremost, if not the foremost, in Oyo State. Now, they want to beam it live on television. I am the sport journalist. I have to go in there. If I'm not running as a match day commentator for whatever event they are doing, I am hosting the event, and I'm also capturing the moments with our cameraman. And then after that, we go back to the station and package, and then we give news about it. And then the next day, we have a press conference. We have stuff like that happening. Now, the thing is, there are actually a lot of private investors involved in many of these events. But because they're not seeing the need for a continuum, they're not seeing a need for a structure to be built around some of these moments, they lose it. Now, take for example, something happened this year. Can I mention MTN? MTN came to the Lake Salami Stadium. They have been doing this across different states in Nigeria, different political regional zones. And then they brought athletics. It was just athletics. Now, in that same event, we had athletes who had been outside the shores of the country. I was speaking with one of, because we went to cover it, I was speaking with one of the athletes. This boy had a lengthy injury, an injury I sustained for over a year. And he was just returning to fitness. Guess what? They came from the US for this event in Ibadan. Why? Because it was a good opportunity for him to warm the waters again, to tap his leg again, and see if he can actually compete in the bigger events. Now, this is one area. At that same place, a very big sponsor actually was speaking with the lad, because coming from the US to Ibadan to do something was huge. It shows something about his career. And they were speaking, and I was asked to script something. And I had to use the keyword determination. Now, around determination, because it was determined to get back on the track. Determination, the drive, was something that was inspirational. Now, already we coined something with that brand for the boy. And over the years, they can keep using that tagline for something. There was a reason why American basketballers would prefer to wear a Nike Jordan brand. Of course, there are other brands of the Nike footwear that they can use on the courts when they are playing. But then, the brand Michael Jordan was something that resonated with them. So using that story and talking about that boy, if a brand can pick up on the story of that boy, it could easily be, maybe, for example, you talked about those girls. As far back as 2019, 2020, I actually had one of those girls on my TV show. I know you're talking about Mary Osijo and her partners. Now, before they went for the Commonwealth Games, we had talks with them. They were on my show. And we were talking about different things. We could easily sell the story of these athletes as weightlifters, not necessarily as sportmen, but then their background and doing it. Look at the story of Israel Adesanya in the world of MMA, mixed martial arts. A lot of things happening for that lad because of the determination. Because of one tagline that he uses sometimes when he's going out there. And then it's connected also with some of the things he does. Pre-entrance, he does some things. He plays some music. The artist trends for that whole day. So why don't we make a brand trend for that whole day, just with a statement from that athlete? You know, these are the conversations that I think brand investors should be looking at. Create a brand around the athletes, around the club, around the institution, around some parts of the sport, and then we can get something. On the media, like you mentioned, I think, following from the story I gave the other time, there's a lot happening in the media, and I have to say, we should just celebrate growth. Because several years back, I told you my routine. December period, November, December is always busy. Before you are covering inter-house sports at a school, some investment companies are doing something, a sporting event, you have to go cover it. They're on the track, you have to go check it out. But now we are seeing something happening. More people are now delving on social media. We can easily call a content creator. We need hype around this event. How do we build the buzz? Ore wants to do something. I need an influencer to do something. Before you speak with that influencer, you already have like 10 different influencers on the table that you can speak with that will promote it. When you're talking about that also, then you're also talking about collaborations with different events planners across the city. You have the Ekaabo Tradeshow in there. They want to exhibition. You speak with them. While they're doing that, they're also promoting what you have in there. And so, in that light, you have different platforms actually promoting the same event, but in different perspectives. You understand? So now it's not just about, I'm happier because now I can rest in December and say, I don't have to run to this event place or run to that other one. Now I can say some others are also involved. And there are other methods to which it's not just my TV camera that will come and cover this event now. It has to be, that from other stations and that from these content creators. And in no time, we have, because now the attention span is very little for so many people. I'm scrolling on Instagram. I'm trying to check out for the latest comedy flick from maybe Sabinus or Lai Sabi. And of course, when I'm scrolling, I see an advert from Ore Fit that is coming through. I pick on the advert, and while I've clicked it, you know how the programming is. The fitness gets you interested, you watch it, and then there's another suggestion waiting for you underneath. Now, while you're doing that, a lot of people are also looking at the marketing. And when you have more of this come in place for so many things, it gives a wider sphere for you. It gives more people the opportunities, and it makes more people inclined to think about it. Now, at the Lake Salami Stadium, in some games, some people bring art to display. They bring their arts to display, actually. In some games, we actually have some dancers come out there and display. So why don't we have an exhibition of boats happening? And why does it have to be that a TV camera will have to wait and come and showcase it? You have people with their iPhone cameras who can easily do a job with a good gimbal in their hand, create something, work on their editing apps, and throw something out there. So I think it's more of the orientation that we need to give ourselves, and the orientation is coming slowly. People are actually getting to see the need for growth in these areas.
Thank you very much. So as we wrap up, I know there is a new archery point at Liberty. I know that badminton is growing in the city. I know that a lot is happening at the staff club when it comes to UI staff club. When it comes to sports, including Polytechnic of Ibadan, you have all those sports going on there. Board games are happening. Some of the best chess players in Nigeria are from Ibadan. You can play with them. You can play with them inside Poly Ibadan at the chess center. Snooker competition is going. Competitions are going on at almost every corner in the city. Longman has his own. Zillow has his own. That's going on. The clubs are organizing their own. Billiard competitions are going on at tennis club, Ibadan Tennis Club, at Recreation Club. All of these things are happening in the city. I want you to please recommend 2 events that you want people to attend in December that are sports. I mean, that you just think about it. Think about it. 2 events in December, sports events. While you do that, I want to more or less say, again, for me, it's all about the money, right? The mistake we make in this city is that we don't focus on the business of things. We don't focus on how we are able to exploit, for revenue. We want to get things done. We want to be seen as doing things. I for one, as a principle, don't really follow the EPL, English Premier League, because I don't see myself making any money from them. But if we are here and we support, if we are here and we support 3SC, we support Remo Stars, and we support our own, and we build our league such that I know that the 3SC Fans TV travel to different states to cover matches. right? People will also come into Ibadan and come and watch 3SC, and they will pay for hotels. They will pay for food. They will buy our merchandise. They will buy everything we are selling. That is sports tourism. But if we keep looking outside and keep seeing the ones that have perfected it, we have to personally start saying, what are those little things that we have as sports that we can promote for ourselves? Each time you post about Arsenal, each time you promote about Manchester United, each time you post about Real Madrid, they are making money from you directly. You need to check the reports of these clubs every year. They are making money directly. Every time you are posting, you are talking about them. You know, why don't we do this for our own sports? Why don't we do this for our own platforms in this city?
Let me quickly add to what you just said. Let's use the 3SC Fans TV, which is the largest community of the biggest, the most popular fans, football fans in Nigeria. 3SC fans, lovers of shooting stars now. They have done something in the months that they have been in there. For example, they have ensured that the stadium gets a lot fuller in recent games. And the club loves it more because there's more tickets on sale. And then more people are coming because they love what they're seeing. Before it used to be, let me call it the dark days, where some people are not even bothered to go to the stadium. Back then I could say, somebody else will give me reports. I don't need to be in there. But now I want to see the games myself because I want to be a part of whatever is happening. There's a movement going on now. I want to be there creating content, getting content live as it happens on the pitch. Now, there's a lot of things now people are beaming their eyes on. The side content, players, who are the players we are seeing in here, the arrivals. I worked with a brand before, 3SC Fans TV, and we made sure we picked on the arrivals of the players, the warm-ups. Some of these clubs brought cultural value. Take, for example, the club from Enugu State, Rangers. They are coming, and some of them, they chose on that certain day to dress in their Igbo attire. They came with their drums into the stadium. You pick that moment, and it's creating indelible memories for fans who are actually watching out there. I also worked, on a TV production for a live game beamed globally on Star Times. Now, part of the production also included looking around the stadium, picking different things. Now, look at the monumental piece that is the Lake Salami Stadium. Look at the statue right in front of it. The shot alone made some people want to come and see what is happening at the stadium. So when you do, this little bit is, now when you say the business side of it, people think it's just the vague things. No. You see, there are some little things that connect fans to these clubs, to these institutions. And when you start picking and harping on these little parts, they grow into something big. That's why when you see the hospitality, centers in Ibadan now is growing a bit more because there's more involvement all around. Sport is one of those contributors. Now, when you talk about Kingsman Archery, you have more people coming for the weekend just to have, an archery session. Some people coming for the tennis that same weekend. Some people coming for golf. Some people coming for football. And when you ask for events, I think this December, there's a lot happening at the Lake Salami Stadium. So I think more people should be coming to watch these games. And there's one thing happening in the NPFL. There's a reason why they have chosen some 3SC games for 5:30 p.m. as against 4 p.m. for several other clubs. The floodlights. A little detail, but it's huge. The floodlights. Why? The pictures are good when we have the floodlights happening. Recently, I was a match commentator for a game that was a couple of years back, and that was the game between Nigeria and Tanzania, the under-23 Olympics qualification. Now, when they saw what was happening at the pitch, they knew that they could come back. There were discussions already at that moment that they could come back and play some national team games. As a matter of fact, they wanted to bring the Super Falcons to play in Ibadan. And if we have the Super Falcons coming to Ibadan, tell me you wouldn't go and watch Asisa Toshuala, Agbabola. That's the thing. So now you have the floodlights, you have Asisa Toshuala coming through, and then you have the other team that is coming with their own superstars. It's a good reason for us to actually say we want to come out there and watch these games. And when we come, we exchange culture, we exchange tradition, we exchange the things that we have with us right there. So when they are coming, we can say Ekaabo Ibadan. Yeah. Do you understand? In our own way. And they see, Ibadan, and then they go out there and they are happy and excited about what they have picked. We go to Remo Stars, and for everything that we do there, we see what is happening. Remo, with the Remo, you pick all those things and you say, okay, this is a city I want to come to and visit again. We can do the same and make Ibadan. Ibadan is bigger than all of these things that happen out there. So we have a lot actually to dwell on.
Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for him. Orifit, pick one event in December or two events. Which event are you most fascinated in the sports sphere in Ibadan?
Okay, so I like to just basically want to recommend the archery because it's more participating, it's more intriguing because at every shot you miss, you want to try again. You get so, and that's as with determination, focus, and all of that. Then I've forgotten the name now in my head. Like this one that you play in the garden that you have to hide, like you're trying to shoot somebody.
Paintballing.
Paintballing is quite fantastic because it's a kind of sporting event that it's participatory. You have to run around. It's entail all the components of sport. You got to do with mental, physical, attention, agility, strength, and all of that, focus, and all of that. So I want to say paintballing, archery, and all of that. They are good sporting activity that even if, they are not organizing it, you can make a request for it.
Just go there and participate.
Just go there, participate, and enjoy yourself.
So I know both of them are inside Liberty Stadium.
Yeah.
So if you want to check it out, archery, that's bow and arrow, and then paintballing, Liberty Stadium, just ask, they will direct you there. So thank you very much for your time. I hope we've been able to ask some questions and also answer some other questions that you have about sports tourism, and more importantly, ignite a fire and a passion in you to research more and see more you can do within the sports industry for tourism and eventually for revenue. Thank you so very much. Thank you to my guests. Thank you, Victor Opone, and then my impromptu guest, Orifi. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for listening. You want questions? Questions?
Questions, okay.
Do we have enough time?
This is what I'm going to do. you got what I mean? I need to see people that want to take question. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I am going to be a little bit biased, so I'm going to take just one question. Should it be the case it touches your own kind of question to just start praying now? Thank you.
Okay. Hello? Yeah, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, sir.
This has been a really informative session.
Thank you.
Every time I think about Ibadan, I always think about it in terms of the culture and the heritage. But you guys, by your session, have given me a different way to look at Ibadan.
Thank you,
and
sir.
now I leave Ibadan thinking that Ibadan is actually supposed to be a major destination for sports tourism. Okay, when you were talking, you talked about your grandfather. It was good to know. I'm sure most Nigerians would never know this if you didn't mention. Only us here, we are listening, and some of the people watching will know. I think we need to do a deeper dive into some of the people who have made Ibadan a sporting city. All right, just some days ago, and well done, my brother, for what you are also doing. Some days ago, just about 4 days ago, I made a post on my Facebook page because I read somewhere that there's a stadium in the Sao Paulo there's a museum in the Sao Paulo stadium. And I said, look, if there is one in that country in Brazil, we are also a footballing country.
Definitely.
Why don't we have a museum of football in Abuja, for example? I actually specified Abuja because I know the new stadium there. Somebody now came and made a comment on my post and said, no, there should be a museum in Ibadan.
Yes.
Because Ibadan, and I can connect what she said with what you are saying. So when we talk about the private sector, I'm thinking, what can we do to start, maybe to begin to create or start a museum in one of the stadia you have mentioned, maybe the first one, the Liberty Stadium, and I'm thinking perhaps there could be a collaboration. We have to find a way to do it and ensure that those stories are told. All the people who have made Ibadan what it is in terms of not just football, tennis, and all of that, there should be a museum. How we're going to fund it, I have no idea. Please tell us the channel for your 3SC Fans TV. I would like to know. And then yours too. Thank you so much. Beautiful session.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Okay, so 3SC Fans TV is actually easy. The website is 3scfanstv.com. Also on IG and Twitter, you would actually have it as 3SC Fans TV, 3SC Fans TV. And also I have to mention that community is the biggest thing that has happened in the city of Ibadan in sports, actually, because by their drive alone, the players were able to actually gear up their performances because they now saw people watching them. They also won the award for the best fans in the league.
Yeah, last
season, which was huge. Also, they ensured that because of the crowd, I remember sending one of the first few games that we had actually. After the 3SC Fans TV came into light and we started seeing some of the posts because players, fans after games, you want to see what your player has done in that game. and you want to see the images crisp and clear. Now, you have the channel, the fans have given you something from a community, and you outside there in Europe or the Americas can see it actually in real time as it is happening during the games. A photographer has taken it, uploaded it on the 3SC Fans TV page, and there you have it. You know who scored, you know his name, you can trace his roots again. And then you talk about the fact that those voices being heard after the game on the X Spaces, you know, on their Instagram pages, the comments and all of that is giving you something right inside you. So you're motivated to watch the next game. Also, the opposition are geared up for a very huge clash in Ibadan. You know, these are some of the things that they actually bring. Now, talking about the museum, actually, you know, this is something that we have been thinking about, a process that we have been trying to engineer. Why? Because 3SC itself should have its own museum. Old Trafford, people go for tours. The Stamford Bridge, they have not won as many trophies as the likes of Liverpool and Manchester United, but trust me, they have their own trophy cabinet, they have their own tourism package. And week in, week out, we have friends who travel from Nigeria just to visit the Old Trafford, the Stamford Bridge, the Anfield Stadium, all of these things. 3SC can actually have, because they won the very first African continental trophy. The moment it was battered, they won it. And they're the first Nigerian club side to also do it. Double records in itself. But are we announcing on that? We'll wait to see. So if we have a trophy cabinet of us doing it back in the days, the Challenge Cup, not just pictures of our legends, but we also know that we have plaques. There's a wall of fame. You know, a wall where you can recognize those who have done it. And you also remember, because I remember recently, someone was asking a question on a space. Are we actually talking about 3SC as a big club or just a club of history? And some people were keen to let them know that, look, just in the last decade, we still have some big stars who came. But do we have a wall of fame to bring these people in? It's up to us to actually finish up with that.
Yeah, thank you. Just to add to that, the stadia we have, Adamasingba is for the Oyo State government, Liberty is for the federal government, which is what Orifit was trying to mention throughout, to say the government. See, the governments have a lot to do. However, we as citizens can easily start working on a digital museum of sorts. You know, let's document all these people, all these heroes, all these legends. Let's have a space. If we cannot directly influence the government, if we are not in government and we recommend that they don't listen to us, let us start something just like what the 3SC Fans TV did. You know, let's start something to present, preserve, and document these stories so that globally we can attract that global attention, and then eventually by the time the government is ready.
We already have that. Look at the 3SC Fans TV merchandise.
So that is that's just for 3SC now. So we have so many others, you know. And again, I mean, there's so much to talk about for sports tourism generally. But thank you so much for this session. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you for listening. Thank you for participating. And thank you for giving us at least 15 minutes extra. Over
I was supposed to say thank you to me for allowing me to use my time as you wish.
Thank you for the extra 15 minutes you've given to us. Really appreciate it. And thank you for having me for the privilege.
Yeah, all right. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you, thank you. So can we have pictures? Tony Odugbeson, please, where are you here? Can we have pictures? Okay, yes, she is here. Let's have pictures. I was going to ask you, Sheiks, I was going to come into conversation with you about your recent experience traveling to South Africa. How does it look like? Tourism. You went on tour. So, you can talk while you take the pictures.
Yes. I think for now, there's so much to talk about.
Okay.
But Bafana, they played a match and the stadium was full. To the brim. People paid to watch.
Bafana?
Yes. Unlike Nigeria, that we catalyze the stadium, we carry people to the stadium to watch it. The citizens paid
to come in,
to go in and watch the match.
All
right. So there's a lot.
All right. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for him once again. Thank you for listening. Thank you for taking your time. Thank you for not getting bored. Thank you so much. So while the session was ongoing, Roy, Media, Roy Ige, walked in. Thank you for coming around also today. And to all our vendors, thank you, thank you. You can also, after each of these sessions, you can go and just get to ask them what they do. And mind you, the gallery is open, is active today as well. I used to think Kinshishen Saturdays. Okay, even on Sundays. So any day of the week you can come around, you can get to see the inside. There are lovely histories that are being kept inside there. And whatever you are seeing there, please don't forget, we can take pictures. I got to know that they don't allow videos, you understand, but you can take pictures. You get to see stuff. There's a shoe. If you are looking for a shoe anule, a shoe anule, I saw a shoe. Èmi ṣá ti réṣù, ẹni tó bá fẹ́ réṣù kó wọlé. I don't know how you want to term that, but èṣù tẹ́ bá fẹ́ rí ó wà mẹ́rin, they will tell you. And you know, one of the things I liked, thank God that architect Francis is here. I don't know, he's a man of God, and I feel most times that it looks as if religion has made some things that ours really look like a taboo. Like someone in my church saw cowrie on my head and was like, 13th, ìwọ ọmọ onígbàgbọ́, ìwọ chorister in church, ó wá fi cowrie so should be considering the future of tourism opportunities, innovations, and sustainable development. The speaker to help us handle that is none other than architect Francis Madojemu. A round of applause for him, sir. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir. Please click clapping. Should it be in case you don't know, he's a daddy of timber and caliber. You would like to use that? Please come here, sir. This is a waste product. This was made out of waste product. The maker is here. Wave now. Let daddy likes things like this. If you've been to the Bridge Network, you understand. Yes. Yes, you can use this. So you have that, sir. And while daddy was coming up here, one of the young, vibrant businessmen in Oyo State, an Ijebu man again, in case you don't know, I've been singing the song of Ijebu. Yes, he's my brother from childhood. Ladies and gentlemen, I have Sheung Bamiro, aka Sheung Bam Bam, CEO Why Not Wears. That's him. Show people, show people. It's also, let people see you. If I don't showcase you, who will help you? See, he's also a good Christian. So forget how we look like. It is our culture. Thank you. God bless you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm hungry. So let me just establish that. So this is we're going to talk. Can we do that? First, let's appreciate Tony and the team for creativity. This is creativity where you use what you have to get what you need. It's very important that we do that. I'm sorry, I just want us to face some reality. Because whether we like it or not, in order for us to get out of the situation that we're in, we're going to have to be innovative, whether we like it or yes. Let me start with the bad news. Is that okay? How much do you think the United States, they call it GDP, how much do you think the United States spends on an individual in a year? Who can guess? I can tell you it's above $30,000. Yeah, it's above $30,000. In Sweden, it's about $21,000. In some other countries, it's $41,000. Saudi Arabia is even about $23,000. You want to guess how much they spend on us in Nigeria? You want to guess? You want to guess how much they spend on us in Nigeria per individual? I like that. Well, let me just tell you so that you won't be sad. They spend less than $500 on each of us as a country. And half of it they steal. So by the time it gets to UCH or education, by the time it gets to all those places, there's nothing left. You know, when I hear government should do this, I cry because they can't. They don't have the money. We've been robbing Peter to pay Paul for a very, very long time. And so that's why for me this afternoon, I just wanted us to talk about this. I'm not really in the tourism business, but I'm in nation building, and I'm interested in what happens to this nation. So I want to ask you some fundamental questions. One of the biggest truths that I found out growing up, how many of you know when we started business those days, they will ask you to do a business plan. They will tell you to submit your projections. How many of you remember that? And all of us made profit from day one, if you remember. And then you get to the bank, they give you the money, and all you got yourself into was trouble. Am I right? I did it. I don't know about you. But the bottom line for me is this, and this is where I want us to go with this, is nobody told me that I needed to find a problem I was going to solve. I own New Streams Conference and Culture Center. I built it. I looked at it and I said, okay, the fastest way to pay the bank is to have an event center so that revenue can come every week. And I looked at the cost of event centers in Ibadan. I said it was too expensive. So I'm going to do a cheaper version so that the average man can come and do his event at low cost. And so I built it excitedly. Nobody showed up. Then I found out later that when people are getting married or doing an event, they don't want a cheap center. They want to show off that they had spent money. Am I making sense? So my thinking was completely upside down. I didn't even understand my people. And I'm still suffering for it till today. Because our people think in a certain way. Amen? And I need us to start thinking that way. Let me ask you a question. What problem is tourism solving? That's one. What else? That's for those who are working in tourism. What is tourism doing for everybody else? Good, pleasure. What else? Thank you. For me, in the I think it was 1945 depression, the highest selling product in the United States was lipsticks. Entertainment. Listen to me. The average poor person has only one entertainment source, his wife. I'm serious. Go and check it out. Go and read your history. When they get home, they can't do anything else, so they have sex, and then there were no barriers against having children, and so they began to multiply. Talk to me now. Sex was the only pleasure an average man had. Am I making sense? He gets home, no football to watch, no television to watch it, no mobile phone to watch it on, nothing. So he would just have sex with his wife. She would get pregnant, he would have another child. Am I right? And let me tell you something. With the price of petrol and the exchange rate, all of us need something to distract us from the problems we are facing in this country. We need plays and dramas to go and watch. Am I right? We need to go to football matches like we've had this afternoon, or lawn tennis, or table tennis, whatever it is. If we don't have a way for people to speak about what they're going through, we're in trouble. The country is going to be like a pressure cooker that will explode in the faces of everybody. It's crazy. You'll be surprised. We don't dictate it. The one way you can find out, let me give you this, is check the highest topics being searched on Google from Nigeria, or search from Ibadan. Some of you will find out that it is depression and suicide. And that's the educated ones, because the other people don't search Google. So one of the biggest lessons I just feel out of what is happening is that even the government and whoever you are calling upon doesn't even understand that what we're doing is for the greater good. And so I've told you, number one, the government unfortunately does not have the money. They don't. Listen, let's not fool ourselves. They don't. They don't. By the time they take their own, have you noticed what they told us to do? They increased petrol, Abi. They increased foreign exchange rate, Abi. All of us are tightening our belt. They are not tight. Have you seen the governor tightening his belt? Has entourage gone down from 25 to 5? Is he eating 101? I'm not accusing him of anything, but I'm saying they are telling us to tighten our belt, but they are not. Am I right? Now, if you know anything, that when the people at the top are enjoying themselves, what happens to the young people? They want to be like the people at the top. And so we have a problem in our hands. So where am I going with all this? I don't know if any of you have ever known about the Impressionists. It's made up of some of the greatest artists, like Picasso and all these people in France at that particular time, and Italy and all that. There was a particular place called, it's in a book written by Malcolm Gladwell called David and Goliath. They had this government-controlled gallery where all your artwork had to get there. And if for whatever reason your artwork is not at the top of the gallery, artists began to commit suicide because they knew they couldn't survive. They knew they couldn't survive. The minute, once their artwork is brought, you know what I mean? They bring an artwork and they exhibit it at the base of this famous galleria. Those artists would just kill themselves because they knew their livelihood was dead. So people like Picasso and all these people came together and said, why should these people determine how we succeed or not? They came together, organized themselves, and started their own, where everybody was recognized on their own merit. And most of the artists who were recognized by the governments, you don't even know their names today. The artists that you recognize are the ones that were done by these people coming together. I want to believe that this is what Ekaabo is all about. We cannot wait for government to help us. We have to help ourselves. I don't know if many of you know, there's a rich man in Africa who started the first telephone. I've forgotten his name, all on my slides. That's why I have slides, but I don't want to use my slides. He was working in the UK for British Telecom. And they said to him, Oga, he kept going to the British Telecom and saying, there's a potential in Africa for mobile phones. They said, Nigeria? No. Kenya? No. You know what he did? He resigned, gathered his friends together. They came to Nigeria, they came to Kenya and all those countries, East Africa, and they began to use their money. Am I making sense? And he said, the reason why Africans need telephones is very simple. He said, number one, most of us here have people in the village. How long does it take for the village people to communicate with you without a telephone? They have to send a message to somebody coming down. You have to travel all the way home to go and see your mother when she's sick. Am I right? And then for you to even send her money, you have to go to a bank, you have to do all that while. And this gentleman said, no, something is wrong. If Africans can have access to telephones, I don't know about you, but most of you will remember P&T in Ibadan. How many of you remember P&T? Well, we used to go and collect ladders to fix our phone. You had to queue up to get a phone, It was luxury. It was luxury for anybody to own a telephone at that particular time. Am I right? This man said, no, Africa deserves phones. Man, they didn't listen to him. But he insisted. He kept going. He said they used to use camels to go and build masts. They would use camels to go and build, because there were no roads. There were no infrastructure. There was nothing, like the European countries, there were no repeater stations. Electricity was terrible. They had to come up with solar panel solutions. They had to be put in. How many of you have been to MTN repeater stations here where you see generators? Am I right? So he started like that. And guess what? The mobile phone thing in Africa has exploded today. That's why we have MTN. The amount of profit MTN makes in this country will stagger all of you, but we all forget that 10, 20 years ago it didn't exist. Are you listening to me? Now, what is this? It was because he brought something that the people needed. The infrastructure was attracted into the country. We want government to build infrastructure, and then we want to now say, look at this place. This is the museum of Oyo State, isn't it? The walls haven't been painted for so long. Their budget wouldn't let them. The place is not properly, because they're not generating enough revenue. And so what I just want to ask us to consider is this. There is something we can do, and it's called innovation. Now, there are three types of innovation. There is innovation where you are more efficient. Most of you know now, you bought this Mercedes-Benz. It is 50 liters for 30 kilometers or 50 kilometers. How many of you know? You go and change it to a Toyota now because petrol is 1,000. Am I right? That's what you call an efficiency innovation. Am I making sense? Are you here? Then you have another kind of innovation that is more of a sustainable innovation. For instance, most of us, when we bought our cars, my first car was a Volkswagen. No AC. It didn't even have water to cool it. But as they improve cars, they add AC. Am I making sense? Tinted glass, radio. You know what I mean? They add all sorts of GPS and all that. That is what you call a sustainable innovation. It's an innovation that allows what you are doing to be improved for the next generation. iPhone 1, iPhone 2, iPhone 3. All basic functions remain the same, but what changes is the different levels. Am I making sense? But you keep buying. Am I making sense? You know? iPhone, iPad, iBrook. The third one is the one we are not even considering. It's called market creating innovation. My wife drives a Kia. Do you know what Kia's first product was? Samsung, do you know what their first product was? Fans. We have to sit down and innovate, but not for foreigners to come and visit our tourism sites. For the average Nigerian, a friend of mine invited me to speak at a film conference. And one of the men at the film conference said to me, "Sir, I went to Japan after making my movie in Nigeria. And the Japanese told me that they can encode my DVD that nobody can copy it. Nobody can copy it. They guaranteed me," said, "I paid over $5,000 for the encoding. I came back to Nigeria, released my movie." He said within 24 hours, there were copyrights in Alaba. He said he ran to Alaba and collected copies of the copyrighted DVD and sent them back to Japan. "I thought you said nobody could copy it." The Japanese were bewildered. And they said, "How can this be?" Then they kept studying the DVD. Then they realized what they had done in Alaba. They had set up a TV screen and put a camera right in front of it and framed it to the edge of the video accurately and reproduced the man's DVD. He lost so much money, he was crying. I said to him, "Sir, why don't we consider the Indian model? We are trying to be like Hollywood when we're actually like Bollywood." I said, if you had carried your movie and put it on a truck and went to every village in Ibadan showing them where this movie and only charging them 100 naira or 50 naira per head, nobody will want to copy your video. That's what you call market creating innovation. It's dealing with the people. We ignore the people who we consider to be poor in this country. And we don't realize that they have as much needs as we have. There were the three people who won the Nobel Peace Prize on, I can't remember what category they won it on last year, wrote a book. And they said they went to Kenya and they did an experiment. Families, they gave them money to go and buy mosquito net and to buy water purification plants so that their lives can be better, in order to study them and see whether their lives are better. They gave them money. And they said they'll come back every 3 months to study. They said when they came back after the 3 months, instead of buying water purification plants, they bought television flat screen. They bought mobile phones for each other. Am I making sense? Do you think they don't want to live? You think they don't want to watch football? You think they don't want to have fun? You don't think they don't want to be tourists? Now, most of you will be shocked that Nigeria spends $1.2 billion in internal travel and only 903 million in international travel. More people travel within this nation than we travel out. They are not coming here until we start entertaining our own people. Nobody is coming. Nobody is coming. When you go to Dubai or go to the US and you see their resorts, we can't compete. But they can't compete with an African setting. We are sitting down trying to be what we are not. Bollywood, they produce more movies than Hollywood. Even though they get a fraction of it, their artists are some of the most successful in the world. Am I right? But without a local market. Many years ago, I used to be in manufacturing. I used to make t-shirts and sweaters. You won't believe that. A friend of mine got a contract from one of the companies in the UK, I think from Selfridges, to produce certain African t-shirts. They ordered for 100,000 t-shirts in British pounds. My God, he knew his life. He knew that his life had changed, but he didn't. You know why? They have a way of checking things. It's called random sampling. He had packaged some of the t-shirts, put them in containers, them. They put their hand into the container, they will pick the first one randomly. They will check it. If there's a fault, they are returning the whole container. And that's exactly what they did. It bankrupted him. You know why? He had no local market to absorb the 100,000 t-shirts he had produced. We are ignoring our people. And we are trying to make money from visitors. Many years ago, there was a professor who came to my facility to speak. He was the first person to teach me something. I used to pray, Father, give NEPA the ability to restore power. And sometimes it will work, and 90% of the time, it won't work. Then the man said to us, Oga, Nigeria generates this amount of electricity. Let me tell you something. You're only entitled to a light bulb for 1 hour in a day. If you divide the population of Nigeria by what we are generating. I realized that my prayer point was totally off. But this is what he said. He said the reasons why Nigerians are being mistreated everywhere else is because Nigerians don't treat Nigerians well. We put them on Molua buses. They get to UCH, they have to sit down on the floor. If they have no money to be treated, nobody will treat them. If they don't have money, nobody's going to look at their faces. So what we have done inadvertently is teach people how we should be treated. Nobody is going to treat us any better than we treat ourselves. A lady came to my place in a wheelchair. She said to me, Francis, until you have a ramp in this facility, I'm not coming to visit you again because it means you don't care about those who are on wheelchairs. It didn't take me 2 days to put ramps in my place. Because the way you treat the lowest in society, am I making sense? Determines how the world will see you. As a matter of fact, the world will come and visit you because of what you are doing for your people, not because of what you did outside. Let me close with Dr. Adegbala's story. Dr. Adegbala is one of the first Nigerians to do a Yoruba keyboard for Microsoft. He does a lot of things like that, language translation. He started doing AI before AI was AI. He said, one day he gets a telephone call. I'm so-and-so, I want to speak to you. I'm a journalist. He said, okay, what? Okay. He sat down in his car. He took the interview. Spoke about what he was doing with Yoruba keyboards, what he was doing with Igbo language, what he was doing with this. They interviewed him. He came out, the guy was from Financial Times of London. Full page. Nobody is going to recognize you what you did for somebody else. Can I tell you one more story? I don't remember his name. He's a professor. But he's the one who translated Professor Wole Soyinka's books back to Yoruba. How many of you know that Professor Wole Soyinka took Yoruba stories and wrote them in English? This gentleman did the opposite, and he became very famous. Ake and all that. He said this. He was in France. He was a professor of French. He said, one night he was working hard overnight, and his French boss, which was the dean of the faculty, came and met him but was half drunk. And so he came and said to him, looked at him and said, Prof, no matter what you do, you can never head this place because you're a black man from Africa. So you're wasting your time. His true heart came out because of the alcohol. Prof said he resigned that night. He went to London to study Yoruba. Most of you will be surprised that you have to go to London to study Yoruba. You'll be surprised. He went to London and became a professor of Yoruba. Came back to Nigeria, translated Wole Soyinka's books back to famous. And then there was a global conference taking place in London. he was sent to represent the Yoruba language. Guess who was sent to represent the French language? His former boss. And both of them arrived there, and Prof said he looked at his former boss and said, if I had not done something for my people, I would never be standing here today. Tourism is not about international visitors. It's about us. God bless you.
All right, please, can you do better? Can you do better? Let me. No, I will do it too. Need your crew and be your daddy. We'll rather do it together. Please, a round of applause. I knew I would need not to tell him that time is going. He knows when to start, how to continue, and how to end. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. I will tell you. Well, I didn't pay, but I learned a little bit of public speaking from you when you preach. So it's nice. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to move on to the next session. We'd like to move on to the next session right now. And this particular panel, we'll be talking about tourism and creative economy. That's what we'll be talking about. Tourism and creative economy is what we're moving to right now. And like I said earlier, do well to visit the vendors that are doing exhibitions, the exhibitors. We have Showmax, we have Clean and Classy, we have all of them here. Green World, they are there. Everyone is around, so please. And if you need legal advice, the Pelican, they are around. Our friends, they've been around since we started. Mr. Ajanoku, thank you for coming around. And no Ajanoku, I will remember now. Alakija, thank you. Mr. Alakija, thank you for coming around. Okay. Thank you for coming, and your Mr. Holtz. Thank you for coming around. God bless you. So at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call on the following people. And to start, I would like to have you welcome on these seats with me, Pẹ̀lú Awofesan. Pẹ̀lú Awofesan, please. A round of applause. It's Awofesan now, right? Awofesan, but Mr. Pẹ̀lú Awofesan. A round of applause for him, please. Come forward. He looks like a tourist already. I just pray. Just begin to pray that the gangster in me will not come to life to take that bag from you. Thank you. To join him is Ola Jagun. Mr. Ola Jagun. Okay, Jags, please come on. Jags is a tourist photographer and filmmaker. Please sit. Yes. I don't know why you see people like this, and police will just see somebody because of how that person looks. They begin to harass him. If Roy is policeman now, he will arrest you. He will. Okay, this is the first person to be arrested. Why not? When we get to station, you will tell us who you are. All right. To also be up here is none other person than Shehu Bam Bam, aka Why Not. Please come up here right now. Please come. A round of applause. Yes. He's not a Yahoo boy. He's a fashionista. Yes, he's into wears. Anything wears. That is what he does. Shoes. I think you are doing all Why Nots like this, Abi. God be with us. It is well. I will also like to call on. Okay, the last person I'll be calling right now is Bumi Akpantaku. I hope I am correct. Bumi Akpantaku. Please come up. A round of applause. Yes, hope I pronounced your name well. I didn't pronounce it well. I don't like litigation. I beg. How is it pronounced? Akpantaku. Okay, please have your seat there. And to moderate this session is one man that I like so much, but at times he likes to intimidate me. I don't know. He's my personal and privatized bully, and I know he's going to do his own back. Ladies and gentlemen, to one of the most creative and coordinator of things like this. Ladies and gentlemen, please, it is my pleasure to welcome, for those of you that do know that I'm not your mate, to welcome my friend. Yes, Damola Layade, please. He's going to be our moderator. He's my friend. So, you should know I am trying. He said something. He said, why are we growing? You have decided not to grow and look like an alien. Talk to God, oh, not me. So, he's going to be the moderator for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have fun. So, in the next 20, 30 minutes, we'll be hearing from them. And please, I believe that you are going to gain one or two. Thank you. God bless you. Enjoy the rest of the program.
Hello? 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 Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, our panel. So this is supposed to be the creative... This is supposed to be the creative economy panel. And for people who don't understand what the creative economy is an emerging sector that pretty much brings in all the creatives, people in arts, people in entertainment, and strangely, even people in technology together into one space. So it's not like the educational sector or the agricultural sector that we all know. It's a different sector that combines a lot of people from different sectors into one, and it's emerging. When we say a sector is emerging, the sector is pretty much growing and is adding a lot of, revenue to different countries. Now, I'm going to start with the lady. What is your perspective of creative economy vis-a-vis Nigeria and Ibadan? Do you think that we have a creative economy, for instance, in Nigeria and Oyo State?
Thank you very much for that question. First, I'd like to reintroduce myself. I am Olubumi Ibadan, entertainment lawyer, as I like to call myself. And I'm a lawyer at Pelican Quest Legal Practitioners. Yes, essentially the whole industry is based on creative economy. And just to add in, I do not agree to the fact that he said creative economy is just an emerging industry. No, the entire industry of creativity has been based on economy revenue system. So essentially, yes, there's been creative economy in Nigeria, and there is a creative economy in the industry as long as we are all creating something that could be exploited. Your creativity can be exploited. Yes, there's creative economy in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Why not? Do you think that Nigeria has the potential to make a lot of money from the creative economy?
Thank you very much, Damola. Yes, when you look at our populations and also the industry, the youth, the number of youth we have in the country, you could see that we have a very big economy in that space of the creative industry. Yes, we have.
So basically, we have potential to earn a lot of GDP from the creative sector.
Yes, obviously, and for the past, what we have seen for the past 5 years or 5 years, you can see what people are actually making from this industry, and you can see a lot of investors are coming into that economy. The same way they are coming to the likes of the tech also. And when it comes to that industry, it's techs and that industry, they're like husband and a wife, so it works together. Like the entertainment industry now, you can see the big amounts of money all these musicians are making right now. In fact, when you invite them to a show or an event, the money they will bill you because the money they are making in streaming alone is a whole lot for them. So if it's not vibrant, they will not be making so much on this. So the economy is actually very good, and we need to go more into it. Thank you.
Okay. I think as we move forward with this session, Mr. Bumi, Miss Bumi, yeah. You stay here and moderate, and I'll join the panel.
I feel like it's maybe because I'm wearing trousers and dating. That's why I suddenly turned to Mr. Bumi. Anyway, nice to meet you again, and it's fun moderating this session because I'm particularly excited when it comes to talking about creative economy because that's my area. So thank you very much, sir. Sir, okay, over to you, sir. Let me ask you this question. Okay. So when we're talking about creative industry, and he has talked about the potentials of the industry. So, but when we're talking about the creative industry and the tourism, where do you see the alignment of the creative industry and the tourism sector? Where do you see the alignment, and what are the challenges that you feel like these two industries are currently facing? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ola Jagun, but my handle is Ola Jags, which is what most people know. A question is, what is the correlation between tourism and creative economy? Me personally, I'll tell you that tourism is one strong pillar in this our creative economy because it's generating content, and you're not just getting money from streaming or for yourself. You are also publicizing anywhere you are going to. I know some places I've visited before and they turned me back. Let me use this National Museum for, sorry, I'll just put the disadvantage and everything together so we don't, is that fine?
It's fine.
You told me, okay.
You.
So I remember the first time I came to the National Museum of Unity, which is this place. Waste Museum asked me to come after she saw my content. Then when I got here, and they said, oh, you can't shoot, you can't take pictures, you can't do this. And I tried to orientate them, and they're like, no. So I went back, and I told the Waste Museum that, they didn't allow me. So I think she contacted the curator, which is Mrs. Pamela, and told her that, look at what this guy has shot, and he's coming to shoot for you for free. Do you understand? And I won't lie to you, she invited me herself. She sent me a message that, please, I will be your personal guy. Just come around, and I came around, I shot. After that, I won't lie to you, I've seen a couple of people visit this place and every other places too that have gone to shoot. So tourism itself, it's worth, okay, let's speak about a movie I worked on, which is Breath of Life, which won about 5 AMVCA. I helped the location in Ibadan because they were hoping to shoot in Ibadan or shoot in Lagos or shoot in Abeokuta or Ijebu because of its 1940 something and all that. So I know the stress. 1 year before production, after I saw the scripts and I saw the breakdown, I had to start going to places. And how did I even get the job? It's because people know that if you are looking for any content about Ibadan, you see it on Jag's page. Do you understand? So I just got a deal. And that was like one of the biggest movies. Was it this year or last year? It got 9 nominations. And so because of the short video I've been shooting, a full production company, I won't lie to you, the budget for Breath of Life was 500 million naira, which they exceeded. Do you get? So calculate how many people that got jobs. Mrs. Jumoke, our children were in that movie. I know many of my church members are in that movie. So something has come to her. A profile has come to her kids. Do you understand? So when we're talking of tourism, we think, oh, it's just about traveling. Those things you're documenting, people are seeing it. And when they need things like that, you'll be the one they'll reach out to. Do you understand? So if it's challenges, major thing. When I went to Udua Museum at Cocoa House, they didn't allow me to shoot. I've traveled to some places. I remember when I went to Lagos and I wanted to shoot at the Jazz Hall, Ikoyi. They were telling me, hey, people come here and shoot. And I have to start convincing them. Same thing when I went to Naked Art Gallery. Do you get? People, but once you come, I won't lie to you. I've seen different tourist groups reach out to me in Lagos. Can we come? Can we? And I just feel it's very productive.
Much. I think I agree with you. In a nutshell, I think he's trying to tell us that the major challenge that these two industries have is the knowledge gap and the lack of collaboration, which we need to continue to emphasize on. What can promote these two industries, whether you're in the creative economy or in the tourism sector, is really collaboration. Thank you very much, sir, for that question. Sir, I'm saving you for the last because I wanted to. So, Daddy. Sorry, can you please give him the mic? Thank you very much, sir, for being on this panel. Sir, I would like you to talk to us about. I'd like you to talk to us about tourism as a driver for job creation and youth empowerment, especially in the creative industry, because we know that basically in this, I know that in the entertainment world, it is basically filled with youth. We're the one driving but at the same time, it's not empowering enough. So please, can you talk about that, how we can use these two industries to empower our youth and create job for ourselves? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The entire creative industry is dominated by young people, and it is also driven by young people, right? So it is meant for young people, you know, as the main drivers. Now, the issues that have existed over the year is the lack of consciousness to drive, you know, that sector into profitability in a place like Nigeria. So I give you an example. You do a concert, one concert, and in that concert you can have people in arts display their artifacts. You have people who sell food in the same place. You know, you have people who provide security services. You have photographers take pictures and all of that. And all of this is dominated by mostly young people, right? And so basically you are creating jobs for these people. Or let me put it in a different way. These people are even creating jobs for themselves. The challenge we have is, apart from Lagos, I don't think there's any state in Nigeria that has fully embraced the creative economy as a viable sector.
That's correct.
That's the challenge. But it exists everywhere, right? So when you take that into tourism, the minister for, now we have a minister for arts, culture, tourism, and creative economy. Yes. But she focuses all her energy in everything that happens in Lagos. Meanwhile, there are photographers in Ibadan. There are tourist sites in Ibadan, in Ekiti, in Ilesha, in Ondo, in Enugu, you know. So they neglect all of that. And all the government needs to do is to shed light on where these things exist, the fact that these things exist, create policies, create an enabling environment. Then the young people will automatically take it up and drive it themselves. But if that is missing, we will just be operating in silos. So the photographer will just take photos and everything. We'll probably not get the opportunity to shoot a very big movie that is on Amazon Prime, you know. The creative person will not have big platforms to showcase what they've done. And the problem is not even just government, it's also the brands, for instance. So Showmax is a part of this event. Let me tell you the problem we have in Oyo State. So we have a lot of creative people in Oyo State who want to do stuff. You walk up to a brand and they tell you, you don't have the numbers, we'll support you with products. You know, is products going to pay the bills? Do you understand? So the potential is there. We just need a little support from the people who are able to push us a little bit further. Even the private sector. See, a lot of people are putting money in real estate. We need to let them see the potential of putting money in the creative economy as well. Put money into recreational facilities. Put money into arts and culture. Put money into, you know, hospitality and the rest of it.
Thank you very much, sir. Just to quickly add to a buttress to what you say and ask a follow-up question. Now, there's something I call a syndrome, and this is coming from my experience with the interaction with the industry as an entertainment lawyer. Basically, I am exposed to a lot of, let me cite the most common one, young artists. in Ibadan. And majorly their struggles have been, why do you think, I asked them, why do you think your song is not booming? Why do you think you're still a struggling artist, even after years of experience in the industry? And the next thing they'll tell me is, Ibadan is not supportive. They're not supporting, they're not streaming. And I asked them, what have you done to make yourself recognized? Nothing. So essentially, these youths, what do you have to say to, it's just because we keep expecting the government to come to us. How about we go to the government as a business and you are having a conversation with a potential creative and it has no strategy and you want somebody to invest in that kind of business. So what can you have for, what do you have for this kind of?
I think you've answered the question. The person has no strategy, right? So the streaming platforms are not owned by government. You have a Kiki, that's from Ibadan, streaming, making money on social media. You have a Remote, who came out from Ibadan. You have Woliagba and Dele, who also make money from Ibadan. You have Kamo and a couple of other people who make their money from digital media, right? So if Mr. X says Ibadan people are not supportive, that's why his song is not booming, it can be a number of things. One, Pastor Francis is here. He's probably not the person's time. Maybe God has not ordained him or her to blow at that particular point in time. So if that one is out of it, and you've done everything possibly well, and you still don't blow, well maybe it's not just your time. But apart from that, a lot of these people don't have the content that would drive, they don't have content that is, really, really good. So they need to improve on their content. One, the ones that have good content don't have good strategy to promote their content. And it's not, digital media does not sell to your immediate environment. It sells to the entire world. So if you feel that Ibadan people are not supportive and you think your content is good, sell to people in Kenya, sell to people, do an Indian song and sell to people in India and see if they won't buy it, So they're just making up excuses for not being creative enough to sell, and they will not even walk up to people that can help them develop strategies to help them sell their product. So it's all our problem does not revolve around government. Sometimes it is about ourselves, and again, sometimes maybe it's not their time.
Thank you very much, sir. And again, I want to add that creatives need to learn about the business, because I think that is what most of the challenge. If you cannot monetize that creativity, then I don't know what you're doing. Thank you very much, sir. So, sir, over to you. So, sir, based on your experience in the industry as a tourist and journalist, I would like you to help me talk on the tourism promotion through digital and social media. Digital platform that we have. How do we promote all the tourist centers that we have, especially in Ibadan, and then creatively support the industry, most especially in a way that it can be a source of income generation to the city? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for joining us for this session and the panel. And good to have my co-panelist with us here. Your question, very simple but also very delicate. The fact is, as we speak, there's a lot of content being created for tourism in Nigeria. And you'll find, just like you established, we have more younger people in the industry, both the creative and tourism promotion and all of that. They're the ones who grew up with the mobile phone as a primary tool of content creation, of learning, of reading the news and whatever. So they are very good at using the phone. So if you go on Instagram, if you go on social media, you'll find so many young Nigerians creating content all over the country. Many people may not even realize, if you're not in the industry, you won't even know that is going on. But right now, we owe the awareness that many people have of Nigerian tourism to the content that the younger people are creating. I know a friend of mine who was planning a trip to Nigeria last year, and she told me that one of the things she did was to identify a lot of content creators on social media, and she was following them and following the content that they were creating. And so that is already happening. When it comes to Ibadan too, I believe people are still also creating content. I haven't seen so many Ibadan-based content creators, but I know they exist. It would be a function of me not following them yet, but I know they are doing their best. There's a lot of them. Okay, so, he is one of them. I know he's supposed to be a fashion designer. No, so. He does content creation. And you're also here. I'm meeting you guys for the very first. So a lot is going on. The only thing is that for majority of Nigerians, the content we are creating is not in their radar yet. But when the need arises, for example, if I'm going to be coming to, I know Ibadan very well. I come every now and then. And I'm also, because I'm a travel journalist, I know things about this place. So I don't need to depend on a content creator for so many things. But for the average Nigerian who really doesn't know, who don't travel as much, we're here, we're talking about domestic tourism. As a matter of fact, what I'm beginning to champion now, which I think Ibadan should take advantage of, is, look, we have a train that services this city every day of the week, two departures and arrivals every day. My guess, even though it goes to what government should do, but the private sector can also do it. We should already have a travel company at the train station in Ibadan, enticing people with...
I think the point you just made deserves a round of applause because it's a very vital one.
Yeah, so already right now, because there's a large number of Nigerians traveling on that train, and most of them end up in Ibadan. When I arrive at the Ibadan station, I will expect to see a travel company with an office with different packages of Ibadan. And not just Ibadan, of course, I know it's also possible in Abeokuta. So we need to begin to look at, our daddy said, so Pastor said, tourism is not about international. Yeah, we know we want them to come because it's an added revenue, but we should focus on our own people who are traveling. Among those people on the trains are people who would want to take a tour if they knew one was available. Yes. So they could plan their departure from Lagos, saying, look, I'm coming to Ibadan on the 8 a.m. train. By 10:30 or 10 o'clock I'm in Ibadan. We can do a 5-hour tour of Ibadan city and return to Lagos on the evening, whatever. You can also plan for the weekend like that. So content creation is going on. And just for everybody who is sitting down here, when we talk about creative economy, the tendency is for us to think it's only about people that draw and paint and do whatever. But the creative economy is broad. And I don't want to miss out anything, so let me just read it from what I have here. So you can actually fit yourself into the creative economy based on what you are currently doing, because if you are not into creative economy and tourism, you won't be sitting with us right here. So the creative economy includes music, live performances, visual media, comedy shows, podcasts, content creation, visual arts and crafts, painting, design, sculpturing, woodwork, and other crafts. There's heritage and museum, there's culinary arts, there's fashion, there's book publishing and publishing generally, video gaming, and all. So it's a very broad field. So everybody doing things in their respective niches and coming together can actually serve. And I know all of those people exist in Ibadan. So the thing will be like to begin to find them and to encourage them to all work together to push destination Ibadan. There's so much in this city.
Thank you very much.
But the city is being underserved.
Thank you very much, sir. Just to quickly buttress what he said. Thank you so much. Please, if you're clapping for him, you could do better. Thank you so much. Just to buttress what he said. Yes, what he has analyzed and identified the professionals in the creative economy. That's a very, very good one, because if you don't know your capacity, there's no way you can exploit it. So whatever capacity, like I said, as long as you're creating something, you have to have this idea that it's a business, it's a product that can fetch you money. And that is the only way you can make an economy out of it. Thank you very much, sir, for that point. So over to you. Why not? Thank you. It's nice to finally see you.
Thank you.
So, briefly, just in a few minutes, like 2 minutes, please, I would like you to tell us the major challenge that you have, because you're a creator, and of course, being in the fashion industry, you're also a tourist, because you go around, try to express yourself through the way you look or you appear. And there's something we call the creative tourism itself. So I would expect that as a creative touring and calling people out to your creativity, you're also in the creative tourism. So, as a content creator and as a creative, what are the major legal challenges that you feel like this industry is suffering because there's not a legal structure around this place in a way that it can make life easy or the promotion easy for you?
Thank you so much. The reason why I'm laughing is that I don't understand where you guys get the I'm a creator, I'm a creative. I don't understand. I'm not a content creator. I will do what I'm doing to promote my brand. So I'm not a comedian, nor a creative.
No, that's the thing.
A content creator, I'm not.
That's the thing. Let me quickly explain that. So, he thinks he's not a content creator, he's not a creative because he's not doing comedy, but you're actually creating something, aren't you? Oh, yeah. Sure, and you're putting it out there for people to see, aren't you? So you don't think you have something.
Maybe what I'm doing is copy and paste.
So you don't think you have any something to protect in that space?
Okay. Anyway, it's something I enjoy doing. You know, I'm not a quiet type. I'm not the indoor person. So I will say that my kind of person is what they do out there. Though it's so late for me to get into that industry, because I wonder what I was doing with my talents years back when they were building that industry. It was I am getting here late. What am I doing? You know, when we are coming into entrepreneur, we are meant to be so humble that they don't want us to go out there and even put our face out there. The years back where I used to promote artists and or actors with my billboard and all that, right now if I want to call them now, they bill me so much. And I'm like, oh, I remember helping you back there, putting you on my billboard and all that. I should have put myself back then in 10 years ago when I was doing the same thing. But, you know, they want you to just stay there. They form CEO and form MD CEO there about. So we have lost it, so I'm trying. So I hope I'm not a latecomer in that industry anyway. So the industry have showed us so much that there is so much potential in this. You know, I tell the Gen Z that they are one of the most luckiest generation to have discovered themselves in this industry. I have seen a whole lot of them generating incomes. You know, when we do events and people tell me how much they want to charge me to put my content on their page, I'm like, this is a risk. It might generate, it might not generate. So it's those kind of things serve is not from an upcoming brand to do, because if you pay so much high for them to post your brand on their page, and it doesn't turn to an income for you, oh moment, you are Otilano, you know. So today I was with Camo and I was trying to, you know, Wednesday is the wedding and we are both negotiating. We wanted watches, some things from me, where I also wanted him to post me, to post our street in the more event in his page. You know, we are dragging. I was like, come on, man. Kilo should you could compose till all day, 1 million plus and all that, you know. But that is the industry they are. If I don't do it with them, somebody else will. But when it comes to the law of a thing you have said, I'm seriously say I don't know so much about that.
So you've not had any legal challenges?
For now, I've not gotten any, because I'm not out there yet. I can still tell people I'm doing it for my passion, you know, so. Abby?
Okay.
Upcoming, yes, I'm still an upcoming content creator.
Okay,
so I won't be able to answer that.
That's really an interesting one. I'm surprised you've been in this industry and you've not come across a lot of legal issues, because I feel like in the creative economy, the major challenge that this industry is facing is legal structuring. I mean, you have a contract with someone and the person has refused to perform their end of the obligation of the contract. Okay. I just had somebody tell me a story yesterday that they invited a popular artist for a show twice and he got paid, and he came down, not even that he didn't show up, he came down to Ibadan and refused to perform or get down to that show, and nobody's saying anything about it.
Yeah, I guess that has been happening for long. It happens to us severally too. I think the way our legal and things are being structured make it so hard for you to pursue some things. If you take the person to court or you go and report in a police case, the number of time consuming to follow up with that case alone, you can lose so much money on that. So people don't have the time to post. Last year I invited some hype man that I paid for. You know, they are meant to spend like 3 hours thereabout in the show, and they came in and like spent 5 minutes. I couldn't even see. It was the other day I can't remember. This guy's supposed to spend 3 days, but what can you report? You don't have that time. The way things are structured in this country, you need to pursue, follow up, and you are still battling with your own problem in business and all that. Who are you going to put there to start following up with police case or your lawyer that has so much of case in his phone too? So the structure is not actually good to pursue something. So you rather focus on what will make you more money and just let God solve that. Not go fight for you.
Thank you. Daddy, I would like to hear your own contribution over this matter.
Well, the problem exists, but my own opinion is you can also use the problem at the platform that created these people to solve some of the problems, even though I don't subscribe to the methods that some people use. For instance, as funny as it may sound, VDM, Very Dark Man, solves some of these problems. So if I invite an artist, I want to have a contract with the artist. If you breach that contract, you need your social media, your digital media presence to be on point. So if I have the opportunity to reduce or give you negative reviews on digital media, and I have the legal option as well, I would take either of the two to deal with you. It's the truth. So if the legal option is going to take forever, I'll use the digital media bad press, well, not bad press, but let the whole world know what you've done situation to deal with you. You know, but this problem exists. That's number one. That's how to solve the problem, my own opinion. But the other thing is, a lot of these creatives do not understand that they run a business. They don't understand that they run a business. They don't have, so 13th has 10 people follow him around, but he doesn't have a lawyer. He doesn't have a manager. I'm just using it as an illustration. I'm not, saying that that's the situation. Calm down.
Are you scared of me?
They don't have a lawyer. They don't have a road manager. They don't have a business manager. They don't have accountants who will do their books. When the state decides that they want to slam them with taxes, they will say, hey, this government, you want to come and collect money from us, but you're supposed to pay taxes. When they have legal issues, they are coming after him. Some clout chaser is saying, I did this, I did that. But you are running a business, you are making money, you have a structure. You are meant to have a structure. And that structure is supposed to...
Can you give him a round of applause for that? You cannot do it without structurizing.
You can't do it without structure. Forward.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, filmmaker and producer, just in a brief minute, tell us what your position on this matter. Do you think the creative industry doesn't suffer any legal challenges that, can help the creative sector go forward and faster? It's all relationship based, like you said.
All right. Well done once again. The thing about it is, I've been a filmmaker for a while, so I understand contracts. I understand talent release. I understand someone does not appear in your stuff without, and I also understand you giving credit. You understand? Because everybody that is acting on my project, you need to sign a talent release that, you agreed for your face to be used. So I'll just like to tell a very short story. Sorry. It's just to buttress part of the point they said, and since I'm the youngest creative here, so I think I should let me speak on content. On this seat, please. So let me just speak on content. Over 12 years ago, I started filmmaking, and I started with music video. Shot for a couple of people, Terry Akpala, Vector, I could produce one of his play, Cynthia Morgan, and a couple of that. Then I realized that once I do it, there's no depth to that music video shooting. And I know what they were paying us then. And after I finished, and it's Lagos dominated. But what brought me to Ibadan before? School brought me. Then when let me just say something very funny. The first time I realized that those my classmates that we see every Christmas that are going to the village, they're actually going to another city, was the first time I came to Ibadan. Growing up in Lagos, we always believe, I travel to my village. And so the picture I have on my head is, one remote village. The way the Europeans paint it. You say, my name is Ovuve, I have 15 children, we fetch water. Do you understand? Then I want something deeper. Then I got into filmmaking, acting. I acted with, what was it called? I'll quickly wrap. I acted in a couple of Mnet series and all that. One of them is my flatmate. Acted one of the shop apprentices and all that. Then I realized that movie I shot last year, people will say, we saw you on TV, give us money. I feel like, no, I want my privacy. I don't want my screen to be there. Then I started creating content with my dogs. I don't want to put my face out there because I know I'm more creative. I can do anything. I've produced, I've done production design. So I started creating content about tourism. So the fact is, with that, I shoot content for people. The former Olubadan, the late Olubadan, is one of his Olori. I'm a media head and I also manage a page. People don't know I'm the one doing that, but that's another stream of income. I have clients in the UK.
Are you not saying it's giving you tips as streams of income that you can get?
That's how you can build your income. And I won't lie to you. I have a lot of stories I've written. I have a lot of short films I want to shoot. I even went to film school this year. But what can keep my page consistent? And I won't lie to you. I got married with content money. Like, I can shoot a film. I can make money. But content is like, there are companies that you work with just as a content creator and they'll be paying you 300K per month. I've worked with a couple of companies like that. So people don't understand the business of the arts. You can be talented. And before I start creating content, I will tell you that I make more money from shooting with my phone than when I was shooting with camera. Because the jobs come once in a while. And should I tell you the interesting part? I hardly post most of the people I've shot for on my page because I have a niche, which is tourism. So once you're seeing anything on my page, I want it to be about tourism. But I'm making money from other things too. So, and I make sure I'm consistent. So when people want to shoot birthday, when you want to shoot anything, the new Olubadan Palace, I was official videographer. Do you understand? So I've done some people like the former president of Ibadan Grammar School. I was on that covered the 3 days event, Lagos and Ibadan. It was a very massive event. Do you understand? But I hardly post these things. But I still post my job, and people still give me work. Do you get? And when you want a niche of, I want something on events, I will send the link to you. So I'll tell people, aside everybody's creating anything, I've managed over 12 lounges and clubs in Ibadan as a brand manager and a content person and a social media manager. I don't post them on my page. When they tell me, you don't, I say first, aside the fact that I'm a Christian, your audience are not on my status. The people on my status are looking for tourism. But is my video good? Yes, it's good. And that's why you're paying me to shoot for you. Do you understand? So what I would say to people is, let me just wrap, is you can make $1 million monthly on shooting with your phone. My wife is there and I'm not exaggerating, but I don't have money. Because you still buy gadgets, you buy drones, you buy gimbal and the rest of it. But I can tell you that there is so much from shooting with your phone. There is so much. And people don't look at it. People just shoot, try to network. And one last thing. From shooting with Michael, I tried to do one event February this year, which we're having the next one February next year. Sorry, this is another I didn't pay for. It's a live magic stage play. It opens my eye to a lot of creativity. It's titled Maze of Illusion. I have that's one of my team guy. Do you understand? It was not even part of the previous production. But when he said, bros, we'll work together, and I said, okay, I'm doing this next project. Just the files he saw, he already knows like everybody from that picture. He's the one writing the profile of everyone on that place, and he was not even at the event. Do you understand? So it comes to, and we had over 100 creatives that volunteered, Maze of Illusion. Do you understand? Free, they were not paid to do.
Sorry, let me quickly ask. So in all of your collaborations, how do you stabilize this old relationships and making money here, making money there, making money here, making money there? Please, it just...
All right. Stabilize relationship. Okay.
I said in all of his collaboration, because of course what he has been emphasizing is his collaboration here. Yes. So in all of your collaboration here, collaboration there, how do you ensure that these people are committed to whatever obligations you have in the course of collaboration? How do you stabilize this entire relationship with them?
Okay, I won't lie to you, over 100 of our creatives didn't exit the group since February this year till now. So this is how we do it. We try to create a relationship. She was an exhibitor, she came to, she brought all her things to exhibit there. Do you understand? We have people that are hungry. I won't lie to you, there are a lot of creatives in Ibadan. One photographer alone on the event day gave us over 200 pictures and a couple of them, and they were not paid. So what we do is orientation. Once you meet people, you give them the adequate information. This is what this project is about. this is what is required. And how can you come in? They may say, okay, I'm a photographer, I'm an actor. We have lots of thespians in it and all. And the people that decide that, no, I want to be paid. If I value your creativity and it's worth me paying you, that's fine.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. So please, can you give me a round of applause? That's wonderful. Please, please can you give me. Thank you. In all of our discussion today, Teddy, I would like you to give us a final parting word, something that we can, go home with and always work with.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that this is the best time to be a creative in Nigeria. The creative explosion is indescribable. And this has been a thing in the last a decade. There has been creativity all along. Nigeria has always been a creative society. People have been creating. Our ancestors created before these Oyibo people came. We continue to create even after they came. In the 1960s, we had creative people creating in different fields. And right now, the younger generation are taking over, and there's even still more creativity. Every year, Nigeria has a creative season, which begins sometime in the middle of September and continues into the early part of November. And from then, we'll go into the entertainment season, which is December, and that's why we have Dirty December. So for 3 months in the year, Nigeria is at the center of the global art space. And that is when we get a lot of visitors coming into Nigeria. If the people who should know realize that, they will take creativity and the creative economy more seriously. It's a good thing that we now have the creative economy added to the ministry at the federal level. I hope they get the picture. I hope they get the message that this country is a hotbed of creativity, and we all should do more about it. And like our elder has said, we can't keep on waiting for the government. This is a private sector initiative. We are all here because Tony Odugbeson decided to stay on a vision, and this is the second edition. It's creativity. We are celebrating creativity here. So Nigerians here, and if you are watching us, this country is a kingdom of creativity. We need to take it seriously. We need to appreciate creative people so that we can tap into the possibilities. In closing, the current minister said they are looking forward to making Nigeria a $100 billion creative economy. Yes. That tells you that there's so much in that industry, in that sector, that we should be looking at. Thank you very much,
sir. Thank you very much, sir. Just to quickly round off all the conversations that we're saying, I just want to quickly recount the essence and the importance of collaboration in the industry and ensuring the partnership. Now, from a legal perspective, I do not agree with respectfully, I do not agree with what you said, because there's no way you can ensure your creative business if you do not understand that it's a business. And in understanding that it's a business, without any legal structure, like protecting your intellectual property, for instance, and exploiting that intellectual property, your logo, your copyright, and ensuring most of all that you have the right contract, because you cannot tell when anybody, look at Sinach now, and our producer, after how many years of Waymaker, they're just coming for 5 billion naira lawsuits after how many years? Because they refuse to have a simple contract that they're supposed to have, and legally structure their business. So it takes a lot. They can pull down the whole system when you don't do things rightly. So that is what, and there's a huge knowledge gap in the whole of the industry from the participant. The problem is a knowledge gap. So try as much as possible to participate when they're learning, when there is contribution, collaborate widely, and have the right legal team. Please, let's give room for questions and answer quickly.
All right, now, to conclude now, we're going to be taking just 2 questions. I'll take one from a lady, I'll take one from a man. So do we have anyone that wants to ask any questions? Then for me, what I would rather say is, I think in business, I tell people, my father of blessed memory will always tell me something. See, when you have your relationship, any kind of relationship, define it. Some people are doing businesses like they are philanthropists. I am not.
Exactly.
So if you are asking me, he knows me very well. If you are asking 13 disciples to do anything, I'll tell you what's he coming with. Now, you need to understand that when you are doing a business with a family member or with a familiar person, don't expect that person to pay what an outright stranger is going to pay. But if you are smart enough as a customer as well, if you want to always have the best of that value from that company, try and pay close to what you are supposed to pay. Do you know what? As a business person, I know that you don't like to pay well. So I will always give you things that are not up to the standard you want, because I know you will not pay well. But if you are doing business with anybody, spell it out. If you are good enough to understand that I am a professional, I am professional in this field, I am confident enough. If you are patronizing me, please don't ask me to support you when you are supposed to support me by patronizing me. If I'm an hotelier, Mr. Oates comes to my hotel almost every weekend. A smart business person will want to, he looks to me like the head of the park. When I snap the head of the park, every other person in that park will follow me. So what I'm going to do is I will indoctrinate him. How? Mr. Oates, if you can come here every weekend, we've noticed that you are a very consistent customer. Okay, I want to give you that room for 25,000 naira instead of 50,000 naira. Do you think he will not plan to get 25,000 naira to come the next weekend? Later, he will begin to refer people that will even pay better than they do. When I support people, I tell them, should it be the case I'm getting a contact from you, don't tell them how much you got me. That's how you play down on people's business and values. 100,000, mabe basoro, Roy mabe she. No! You will give it to me for, you will subsequently get from me. So I think that is the smart thing we can do. So what do you want to say? Please, quickly.
The man in Google, the creative man, the content creator man. So, Ekaabo, let me put it briefly. My name is Banji. I'm a member of Travel and Tourism Writers of Nigeria. So, in the process of your photography and filmmaking, have you ever been intentional on showcasing a particular tourist site, probably in Lagos or Ibadan, especially in Ibadan? Thank you.
Let me answer for you. Let me answer for you. He said something the other time. He said, if you want to know anything about tourism in Ibadan, go to his page. I will tell you now for fact, for free, that I have been hearing of Jags. I never see Jags before. But today, I got to realize that Jags is my in-law. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, please, if you enjoyed this session, can you please put your hands together for them?
Please, thank you for coming. It's nice. It's an honor at this session. Thank you so much.
All right, can I have Mrs. Tony Odugbeso to please come out. Thank you. Please, let's have a picture with them. Let's take picture with them. Where's Madam Tony? Okay, please, quickly, and Yeah, it's very okay.
Ekaabo sílẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ tiwa. Ekaabo sílẹ̀ Ìbàdàn. Ekaabo sílẹ̀ iṣẹ́ àṣà. Àṣà wa ni, ìṣe wa ni. Meba wa lalasha àwa ẹja gbàṣàlẹ̀ wà lárugẹ. Mebí dúdú la dúdú o. Ọpọlọ wa dúdú. Ohun àwọn lọ ṣòkòtò. Mebo wà lápò ṣòkòtò o wa. Ekaabo sílé ṣe àṣà. Ẹ kú gbàṣàlẹ̀ wà lárugẹ. Ẹ kú gbàṣàlẹ̀ wà lárugẹ, kò ní súwà kò ní rẹ̀ wá mẹ́bí kokoko lára tí wá ó sì mọ́lé. Mo ní ṣé ó kọrin àbẹ́ ò kọrin, ṣé ó gbèrin àbẹ́ ò gbèrin. Mẹ́ta mẹ́ta lọ̀rẹ́ o, mẹ́ta mẹ́ta lọ̀rẹ́ o, mẹ́ta mẹ́ta lọ̀rẹ́ o. Ọ̀kan ní ń wá sùn sápá, ọ̀kan ní ń wá sùn sílẹ̀, ọ̀kan ní ń wá sùn sáyà. Mo bójú gbèrè mo bá láyà lọ. Mo ti lọ mọ òkun, mo ti lọ mọ sá, mo ti lọ mọ òpó balẹ̀ odò. Ọ̀pẹ̀ wẹ́rẹ́ ṣekú pàpákó, iṣẹ́ ń ṣe rẹ̀ ṣekú pọkùnrin. Ọ̀tẹ̀ Ìbàdàn kógun wájàlú. Yẹ́yẹ́ àyẹ̀wá o, yẹ́yẹ́ àyẹ̀wá o, yẹ́yẹ́ àyẹ̀wá o, óyá o, óyá o. Ẹni ire bá wù óyá kájọ lọ o, óyá o, óyá o. Ẹni ire bá wù óyá ká. Mo ní bàbá ríra wa oyè mọ́ra wo, bàwa ara wa ríra wa. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá gbé kó wá lágbára lọ́rùn ọba. Ẹ kú gbàṣàlẹ̀ wà lárugẹ. Mo ní bèbí dúdú làbúrúdú o. Ọpọlọ wa ó mọ̀mọ́ dúdú. Àwa la lọ́gbọ́n, àwa la nímọ̀, àwa la lóye, àwa la lóhun rere tọ́lọ́run ọba fi jíǹkí wa nílé adúláwọ̀. Ẹjọ́ gbàṣàlẹ̀ wò lórugẹ o. Tí gbogbo ọmọ Ìbàdàn pátá tó ń bẹ níkàlẹ̀. Mo ní ṣé ó gbèrin àbẹ́ ò gbèrin. Ọmọ olówó ni wá o, ọmọ ọlọ́lá ni wá o, ọmọ Ìbàdàn nílé Olúyọ̀lé, ọmọ olówó nìyí. Sing. Ọmọ ọlọ́lá ni wá o, ọmọ Ìbàdàn nílé Olúyọ̀lé, ọmọ olówó ni. Ẹ bá ń gbọ́ mọ òkè, ẹ bá ń gbọ́ mọ òkè, ẹ bá ń gbọ́ mọ òkè. Ọmọ òkè dùn ún bí Bábílónì arìnlọ́lá. Ọmọ òkè dùn ún bí ọmọ Ìbàdàn nílé Olúyọ̀lé. Mo ní kí ni sóòyìn nínú ilé àwọn bàbá yín, kí lè jókòó. Ọmọ Ìbàdàn nílé Olúyọ̀lé, ọmọ jẹ̀gbíyó, ọmọ fi kẹrẹ fọ́rímù. Ìbàdàn mọ̀jà bí ọjọ́ kìnìún náà. Ó kú gbogbo ra wájú lẹ́rú. Bàbá tí wọ́n lò wọ́ ṣòkòtò kẹ̀m̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ bí ìjà. Ọmọ agbọ́ wùrúwùrú mọ́wòde. Ọmọ anísẹ́rẹ́ ogun nílé. Ìbàdàn mọ́ mi ogun ò tí ì dénú lé bàbá tó bí wọn lọ́mọ ni. Ẹ bá ń gbọ́ mọ òkè, ẹ bá ń gbọ́ mọ òkè. Ọmọ òkè dùn ún bí Bábílóníà. Mo ní Olúwatóyìn mọ́ gbọ́ bí mo ti ń wọnú ilé àwọn bàbá rẹ̀ lọ. Àbùkù oníkan ọ́nílé ayé àdùn ni ó gbẹ̀yìn ọ̀rọ̀. Ìjẹ̀bú òdòrò mèrè níwà. Ọmọ lẹ́sà nínú ilé àwọn bàbá ẹ̀yìn ni. Ọmọ ọwọ́ ọmọ òbòkun rémi o. Kàrí ọ̀ràn ni wọ́n ń pè ràn bàbá tó bí wọn lọ́mọ wa wípé kàrí ọ̀ràn o. Kàrí ọ̀ràn o, wọ́n bá jẹ́ ìṣàṣòro, wọ́n bá jẹ́ ìṣàṣòro, wọ́n bá jẹ́ ìṣàṣòro. Kàrí ọ̀ràn, kàrí ọ̀ràn, wọ́n bá jẹ́ ìṣà. Ìjẹ̀ṣà nílé Olúyọ̀lé ọmọ Ìbàdàn nílé Olúyọ̀lé mo ní ẹ mọ́ fìwé lọ orin mi bó wù mí máa kí Ìjẹ̀ṣà bó wù mí máa kí Jẹ̀bú bó tún wù mí máa kí Ìbàdàn nílé Olúyọ̀lé ọmọ Ajórosùn mo ní ẹ káàbọ̀ ó sílẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ ọtí wa mo wá lókòrin rere kan tí wọ́n kọ fún yín mo ní sẹ́ ògbèrin abẹ́ ògbèrin wọ́n wí pé bá a ríra wa ó yọ̀ mọ́ra wa àwa ara wa ríra wa àwa ara wa ríra wa o àwa ara wa ríra wa bá a ríra wa ó yọ̀ mọ́ra wa yé bá a ríra wa ó yọ̀ mọ́ra wa àwa ara wa o mèbí dúdú là dúdú ọpọlọ wa ò mọ̀mọ́ dúdú o mo ní bá a ríra wa ṣe là ó yọ̀ mọ́ra wa àwa ara wa àwa ara wa ríra wa ológi ní rọ̀mẹ́kùn o yé bológi ní rọ̀mẹ́kùn o àwa ara yé bá ríra wa ó yọ̀ mọ́ra wa bá wa ara wa Ìbàdàn àgbẹ̀ kó wá o lágbára Ọlọ́run ọba yé mẹ́bí àgbò nílé àgbàlejò àgbẹ̀rú àgbọ̀mọ nínú ilé bàbá yín mo ní ẹ mọ́ fìwé lọ orin mi mẹ́bẹ́ mi là ṣàǹtì wa yé bá ríra wa ó yọ̀ mọ́ra wa bá ríra wa ó yọ̀ mọ́ra wa wọ́n ní mọ́tì lọ́kì mọ́ ọkọrin lẹ ẹ wá lọ mo ní sẹ́ẹ̀sẹ̀ tọ́tẹ́ ọkọrin àbínibí nínú ilé àwọn bàbá ẹ̀yìn ó wí pé ṣógun àdùbí ṣojú rẹ̀ jà ibi táti mọ àwọn tó pẹ́ nìyí tó mọ orin Yorùbá dáadáa ṣógun àdùbí ṣojú rẹ̀ jà ṣógun àdùbí ṣojú rẹ̀ jà kógun tó dé àlérílérí pa ó fìbọn jà ìbọn òyìnbó rin mẹ́lì mẹ́fà ṣàkàbùlà wa ò débì kan bàbá rẹ̀ ń sá lọ bí ewúrẹ́ ìwọ náà ń bẹ lọ bí apá ó yá o omi ìrèkélé ń bù ṣe bẹ̀lẹ̀ fi ń rọ̀ ó yá o ẹni ìrèwù ó yá ká lọ o ó yá o ẹni ìrèwù ó yá ká lọ o ó yá o ẹni ọmọ wù ó yá ká lọ ó yá o ẹni ìrèwù ó yá ká lọ o bẹ́ẹ̀ mi là bí kẹ́ olóhùn mẹ́rìndínlógún ẹ̀yọ́ bá ti wù mí ni wọ́n mọ̀ lò ní tèmi yan bí lọ́lú ọmọ rẹ̀ ló abẹ́jà nígbọ́n ogun bírọ̀ òpó ni mí nínú ilé àwọn bàbá ẹ̀yìn mi òpóró sọ òpó bá gbàjà ilé ti rí ọmọ òpó kan dúdú níwájú ilé ọba mọ̀rántú rúmọ̀já lẹ́kàn ẹ̀jẹ̀ àgbàṣà alẹ́ wà lárugẹ ẹ̀jẹ̀ àgbẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wà lárugẹ mo ní kò ní súwà kò ní rẹ̀ wá lágbára Ọlọ́run ọba ohun àwa lọ Sókótó mẹ́bọ̀ wà lápò Sókótó wa àwa lálàṣà àwa láníṣe àwa lánímọ̀ àwa lọ́lọ́gbọ́n àwa lálóhùn rere tọ́lọ́run ọba fi jíyìn kí ìwà ẹ̀jẹ̀ àgbàṣà lẹ̀ lárugẹ mo ló tún dọjọ́ mi ọjọ́ ire. Thank you so much for listening.
làwọn sọmọrí máa ń daṣà yẹn wọn aláìndé kíní tó rẹ sòdúwà ni bàbá àbàdàn sòdúwà ni kíní tó rẹ sòdúwà ni nìbàdàn sòdúwà ni kíní tó rẹ sòdúwà ni ẹran kí la jẹ lánàá ẹran síkìrì ni ẹran síkìrì ni kí la jẹ lánàá ẹran síkìrì ni ẹran síkìrì ni kí la ìjókòó kó sí sí àlè nìbàdàn kó sí sí àlè kí la ìjókòó kó sí sí àlè kó sí sí àlè kí la ìjókòó kó sí sí àlè kó sí sí àlè kí ni sómi sòsúọ́ni sòsúọ́ni dákun òkè ìbàdàn dákun ọ̀tàgé ọlọ́mọ̀ọ́rù dákun òkè ìbàdàn ìyá mi ọ̀tàgé ọlọ́mọ̀ọ́rù dákun òkè ìbàdàn dákun ọmọ ni mo wá àwọn gbàké ọmọ mo wá ìyá mi ọ̀tàgé ọmọ ni mo wá mi ọ̀tàgé o ọmọ mo wá rà àyìndé mo gbódùdé ìrẹ́lẹ̀ ní ọ̀rọ̀ bódọ́là aláyìndé mo tún gbódù.
Poli, ẹ bá mi kíkúnlé sàlẹ́nsà ọmọ mùsùlùmí tó fa poli. Èrò tó ń lọ London ẹ bá mi kí Káyọ̀dé Kídà tí ní gbẹ̀kú tẹ́lẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ ọmọ Ìbàdàn tó di nígà ibà ọmọ wòlíì tó ń fa tàbá Bàṣírà Sùsára kò tàǹbà òmùgọ̀ fẹ́ àìrógùn ládà wọ́n dẹ̀ ní mọ̀mọ́ rẹ̀ fẹ́ rí àbádà kí dẹ̀ ti fẹ́ sílẹ̀kùn fẹ́kùn oyó tó ń wá bẹ́kùn bẹ́kùn àìtàn náà kò tán ó sì sẹ́kùn ká tó fẹ́ fi fáńdélẹ̀ ó ti sẹ́kùn.
Ìbàdàn ni mo wà o Ìbàdàn ni mo rè o Ìbàdàn ni mo wà o Ìbàdàn ni mo rè o bẹ́ẹ̀ wá ń dẹ́kun bẹ́ẹ̀ bá lè lé o Ìbàdàn ni mo wà o Ìbàdàn ni mo wà o Ìbàdàn ni mo rè o Ìbàdàn ni mo wà o Ìbàdàn ni mo rè o bẹ́ẹ̀ wá ń dẹ́kun bẹ́ẹ̀ bá lè lé o Ìbàdàn ni mo wà o. Ọ̀yà nílé Olúyọ̀lé o àwọn ọmọ làgbèlú sọ kí mo gbé wá
àtọmọ ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ewu àtàwọn wọlé pẹ̀lú kàmpéènì
kí ni àtẹ̀tẹ̀mí kọ̀m̀pléènì owó afẹ́fẹ́ la fi sọ sílẹ̀ àyè tí náírà bá kì í dán máa bínú máa kó pọ́ǹsì
jáde ẹ fún mi lólóṣó tó wọ̀ brown ẹ ló mi lórógbó tó ti brown ẹ̀yin kọ́ lẹ máa sọ fún wa bóṣogbo dìde tán
wẹ́rọ ní gúúsì
àdìgbò sórí sí àkúsì
ẹ̀rọ sì kì í gbé àná
jáde.
Ìbàdàn ni mo wà o Ìbàdàn ni mo rè o Ìbàdàn ni mo wà o
Ìbàdàn ni mo rè o ẹ wá ń dẹ́kun bẹ́ẹ̀ bá mi lé Ìbàdàn ni mo rè o
Ìbàdàn ni mo wà o
Ìbàdàn ni mo rè o Ìbàdàn ni mo wà o Ìbàdàn ni mo rè o ẹ wá ń dẹ́kun bẹ́ẹ̀ bá mi lé
Ìbàdàn ni mo wà o Ìkòròdú lọ̀gá o rànà.
Na.
Yunga ilé ayé ìjọ Yorùbá ibi ìtàtún jayé dé àti jayé mọ̀lété kése kéńkélété àti jayé challenge o. Tẹ́lẹ̀ àti jayé dùgbẹ́dùgbẹ́ àdúdùgbẹ́dùgbẹ́. Màwú má bẹ̀rẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ má jó pẹ̀dú lólú yọ̀lé. Àwọn ọmọge wọ́n bí ijó bàtà àwọn ọmọ èké mi jìjì ẹ̀bùn mi lọ́mọge bó dìjà o ó lè dìjà kó dìjà o ìlera mi àfi lùgbàlùgbà ìgbà mélòó la lò láyé tẹ́ni má ṣe fàájì àjàyè orí mi kẹlẹ́lẹ́ àjíjó jèsè dáadáa ọmọ kó mọ̀ sí ìbàdí ọmú kejì sí pàkọ́ máa dá síyá má bẹ̀rẹ̀ máa túbọ̀ lọ́jọ́ èmi gangan àjòkíyá òun yìí kẹ́ máa gbẹ́rù ọ́ èmi yóò máa bèèrè kí.
All right, please, let's come back. Let's come back. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Please, can we have everyone come back? Let's come back. No, all the money. All right, thank you. Yes. Yes, I like that. I like the fact that we are doing this. We are trying to put Ibadan to the face of the world, and we are playing the songs that has to do with Ibadan. Honestly, I want to believe that there is no culture that is as rich as the cultures we have in Southwest. I've been to the north. I've been to the east. I'm not being biased now. Our culture is rich. Our cultures in Southwest are very, very rich. You know, when somebody saw me, I was like, are you? I said, no, don't worry. I am cross-cultured. I'm Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba. I'm an African man. And I think it is good if we look at an African. It not go kill you. It doesn't kill. It doesn't kill. So at this point in time, please, we would like everyone to be seated. Please, everyone be seated. Uncle Sam, please get ready. Conveyor, they beat people with the plank show. Please sit down, ma. Please. Mr. Odugbeson, you two sit. Please, people at the red carpet, at the destination carpet, please come to your destination. Go. This is your tourist destination. West Museum, please come. Emma Bo, please let everybody sit now. We're coming to the last session, I guess, for the day, and we'll be done. Please, let's have our seats. Barrister, sit. I'll petition you now. Sit. Yes. Please, the only people that are permitted to stand, cameraman. The cameraman can stand. It is unprofessional for me to sit. Yes, unless I'm running interview. But now that I am hosting the event, as the MC and the compere, I am to stand. I'm to oblige you with my standing. So please, our vendors, let's come and sit. Mr. and Mrs. Jags, are you sitting or you are leaving? Oh, okay. The Lord is your muzzle, your strength. Please let us clap for Jags. Many of you will not know that he's actually under the weather. He's actually is not feeling too well, and he decided to stay up till now. Thank you, Jags. Thank you. Drink water where? Then now my sister you marry. Wo ba mi se kokore fun. Ma je ko jele ni o ola. Ìyẹn ló máa ń dùn jù. Kó àtẹ̀bà tútù. That's better. So now, ladies and gentlemen, please, we're moving on to the next session, and I would like to do justice to this right away. I'd like to bring someone on now. She's going to be handling the agro-tourism for us, and she's an expert. And let me just run through. Her name is Aderonke Tite. I guess I'm correct. She's the MD of NutriField Limited. Okay, let me do it this way. For proper documentation, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Aderonke Tite. Please come up. Please come up now. Come on. A round of applause for her. She's an Ibadan person. She's the daughter of the soil. So if you don't do well, please clap for her. Thank you. Please take your seat anywhere you desire. There. Out of these four, sit anywhere you like. All right, now, Mrs. Aderonke is the MD of NutriFields Limited, which is a key supply chain service provider in the agro-food sector, supporting major agribusinesses in Nigeria. She is also a partner with Commodity Exchange and Supply Chain Limited, COMEX Africa Marketplace. Her job takes her across Nigeria to over 25 states from the west to the north, eastern Nigeria and beyond, including Ghana, the United States of America, France, and the Netherlands. These trips developed into full passion and portfolio for agro-tourism. Aderonke is also the PRO of the feed industry Practitioners Association of Nigeria, FIPAN, an association that puts together all stakeholders in the livestock value chain across the entire nation. So I want to believe that she is part of the people that ensures that we have enough to eat and enough to discover about eating. A round of applause for her once again. Yes, yes. And to moderate this particular session, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call on Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, please, wherever you are, come up here. To also join this panel is the CEO, Clean and Classy, Mr. Olumide Obembe. Please, wherever you are, Mr. Olumide Obembe, please come forward. A round of applause for him. A round of applause for him. You get to know that his character is white. Yes, because he's coming in white. A round of applause for him. Thank you. So in the next 20 minutes for the discussion and 10 minutes or 15 minutes for the question and answer, we'll be having this people. Over to you. God bless you.
Check. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. We are here to, discuss agro-tourism. My name is Uncle Sam. I'll be moderating. I will not take much of our time. We'll just like us to listen. And in case we don't know what agro-tourism is, let's just, learn and contribute. Thank you very much. We'll go straight to the point. We don't have much time. So I would like to ask you, what is agro-tourism?
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody, and those watching online as well. Agro-tourism is like every other tourism that we've talked about for the past 2-3 days, is a tourism that talks about and show you farms and agricultural culture from different places. So it's so rich because I don't think we could have tourism in the first place without agro-tourism. If I should take you back history, mainly from the Holy Book, it was said that Egypt was like the powerhouse, the food house, and then fast forward, there was an Israelite that received a lot of visitors simply because of what they did with agriculture. So I think that's the beginning of agro-tourism, because people had to travel far and wide to get food in Egypt, right? And God forbid there is famine or anything like that. I mean, we don't have alternative to food. So agriculture started tourism, if how I could claim that anyway. So I think more attention should be put into agriculture, into what goes around it, and that is the basis of the agro-tourism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the phrase, the Egypt you see now, you see them no more, does not work in agro-tourism.
Okay, it works. It works because Egypt is no longer the food hub, you know what I mean? So, but it shows you what impact food could have, how it could draw people from far and wide. And in those days, if you are visiting anywhere, if you do not go with food, that shows the culture, that shows what is planted, what is grown in a particular place where you're coming from, you've not actually made a visit. So when you're visiting kings, when you're visiting the nobles, you go with food items, spices, herbs, like Queen Sheba, you remember. So you go with that to show the heritage, to show how rich you are, your culture from where you're coming from. And that is the essence of agro-tourism. It shows how rich, how wonderful, how you can feed your people, and it's very, very rich.
And that's so true, because even when you want to get married, the best gift to take to your parents, your in-laws' house, is food.
Food.
Even if you want to get married. But these days, if you don't press the sound of the Volvo, they will not accept you into the house. So. Okay, so clean and classy. What I was there, I wanted to say, man, you clean and classy. Yeah, you're a good representation of the name. Yeah. But before you go, where you are living, they will collect your white there. Okay, so clean and classy. You do cleaning. Yeah. So what does cleaning? What's the correlation with cleaning and agro-tourism?
Okay, for us, we are not just into the into cleaning services, right? We have pest control and management, and that is essentially where we come into food production, food security, and distribution. You know, all over the world, there is issue of food security, right? But in other climes, they've been able to manage, produce more, and keep. That has to do with storage, right? Now in Africa, we produce, so pest control starts from planting, right? So throughout the process of food production, you have to manage pest. You have to control pest. Now, from planting, you want to control pest. From harvesting, you want to control pest. Storage, you want to control pest. Even while you are distributing, in your house, in your pantry, you still have a bag of rice there, and there are pests coming out from the bag of rice. So you still need to control pests. That is where Clean and Classy comes in, into food production and security.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, that means with you, we don't need to kill the work gecko by ourselves again.
Not at all.
Okay, let me come back to you, Ms. Ronke. What do you think is the economic impact of agro-tourism in rural areas?
Okay, first, if I go back to the example I gave, Egypt could have been anywhere in the whole world on the map. But the sand of food, the abundance of food, it doesn't matter where it is. It's drawing people because everybody has to eat. And second to that, most and all primary businesses that we do anywhere in the world stem out of agribusiness. So it means you want to produce, you want to do anything, you have to consider agribusiness. So it means the rural area that is a core producer, either livestock, aquaculture, or crop, is a hub for investors, for processors. They will troop in left, right, and center. It means there could be a lot of entrepreneurial entrepreneurs coming out of that place, a lot of entrepreneurial activities in that place. People will be coming, logistic companies, all of that. So any village that can produce food is another gold mine, simply put.
But in a way, if I want to travel to a village that can produce food, I love watching football. Do you think installing DSTV will work there? For me too, because Showmax people, they are here.
Let me tell you something.
Can internet be an attraction in rural community?
Yeah, yes, it could be an attraction. I mean, it's a good, nice to have because there are a lot of things going on in the rural area that need to see the light of the day. And that is where agrotourism step in, all right? So I was in Kano some months back. I traveled to the north, to the east, and every now and then. So I was in Kano some months back, and that was like the 4th or 5th state I was touring around that particular period. And I met one of my clients, and it was like 7 p.m. he has to leave the office. And Kano, for instance, is a wonderful place. I mean, 11 p.m., 12 p.m., people are still in the office working. Sorry, 12 a.m.
Okay.
They're still in the office working. Sometimes especially production, because there's a lot of production going on there. So when he said he's leaving 7 p.m., it means he's leaving early. And I'm like, why are you leaving early? Where are you going? He said, oh, they have a football match at the stadium that night. And because it is night, they have to keep to time because they have to put on electricity, light the whole place. So the lightning is calculated per hour. And I was impressed because it shows another part of agriculture. And to tell you the truth, it's not only in Kano, even in Ibadan here, I have businesses that are agro-based. Oil crushing companies, feed companies that owns football clubs. Take for instance Sudit, take for instance Slabmark. They own football clubs. they participate in contests. So if we're talking of tourism and we have not considered agriculture properly, then we're shooting ourselves in the leg. Take, for instance, the popular Folawiyo. Folawiyo had a club at the time. Folawiyo from Ilora, in Oyo town here, had a lot of business, agribusiness going for him, and clubs and sports for people, encouraging a whole neighborhood to do a lot more than just agriculture. They live, they love, they find on the farm. And I think we should all get exposure to that.
Great, great. Let me come to you. While we were growing up, I remember every Saturday we go to the farm. 6 a.m. we're out of the house in my father's Volkswagen. You did too. So we are on the way to the farm. Now, there's one attraction in the farm. That's the river and Wirekwe. Yeah. It was an attraction because growing up as a kid, I can take the Wirekwe and go and use it on that guy that stole from me. Yes. So now I'm asking you, as a cleaning service, what collaboration are you putting in with farm companies to clean the Wirekwe? It's not good. It's not good. It's actually not. So what are you putting in to ensure that agro-business could be so clean for everybody to visit?
Okay, so agro-business requires the highest level of hygiene because there's nothing we are processing. We are not talking about processed food here. We are talking about raw foods that people take from the farm and to people's house, and they cook and eat. For those ones that you have to cook, there are plants that you don't cook. You eat raw. Yeah. So agro-business requires the highest level of hygiene. Mm-hmm. Now, for a lot of companies or business owners, I think there is need for us to do more of not only publicity, but enlightenment. So that, here in Southwest is better. It's a bit better because a lot of people are enlightened, they're educated, they want to do things properly the way it should. But over there, where the largest quantity of food is being produced, the level of hygiene there is almost next to nothing. Uh-huh. So that is where private sector like us can do little. We also need government to drive this initiative so that it is not just XYZ company that is preaching cleanliness, preaching hygiene, but the government at the higher level are also preaching the same thing, and it can go across board like that.
Let me say something to that. Thank you so much for that insight. There are institutions that have been put in place to regulate cleanliness and hygiene where food production and agribusiness is concerned. Okay. What he has talked about, as mentioned, and that's where you started from also, from the farm. Yeah. You see, one of the things that happened is that the fact that there is a large number of rural-urban migration has eroded the rural area, which are the core producers of this food, the knowledge and the opportunity to pass across that knowledge to the younger generation. Because the youth, they want to be in Lagos, they want to be in the city, in Port Harcourt, in town where it's happening, right? And so they did not put enough patience to learn, to understudy the papa and mamas, their parents who were doing it. Because our parents, they are very diligent. Grandparents, they are diligent with their agri-businesses. From farm to the harvest to the barn. They take care of this. When they harvest yam, they will wash it. Flowing water, clean flowing water. They will wash it and take it for storage. But these days, you will see the yam in the market with all the mud all over it. With all the germs that comes from the farm, right? So, just to cut it this way, it's not only government that will work on it. Government had some policies. They had SON, they had NAFDAC, they had different groups. And these producers too, they have group and associations that look into their practices, that advises them. These groups are in best position to pass across information, to pass across understanding of how to keep it clean from the farm. Like the Werekwe you mentioned, I don't know what's the English name, what the botanical name for that. You know, it has its own purpose on the farm. It's to deter intruders. So they just leave it there. Because you who are not the farmer, you don't know where it is. The farmer knows where it is, it doesn't touch them. But the intruder will not know. So they leave it there as when you come into a farm that is not yours, you take something away. So
that was the major.
Yes, it has its own purpose. All right. So I just think what we could do is a private, public, kind of partnership. Right. So how is it done now? We see a lot of things, especially when you travel very well and you go to different places. Part of it is that the culture will rub off you. You will take some information away. And so when you bring a better practices that could help the people at the village, then these associations are better positioned to reach to the grassroots and pass it across to them. And, when you are coming, agrotourism, you organize a program, you have people visiting a farm, you make one or two comments or complaints, they will quickly take note of it and implement it. So it works hand in hand together. Tourism, pest control, cleanliness and hygiene, it's all a good collaboration. At the end, we have good food for everybody.
Great. Thank you very much. So let me ask you this question. Do you think are the environmental benefits and economical benefit of agrotourism?
Okay, so we all remember COVID-19 and 2020 when there was a lockdown. A lot of businesses were affected. Tourism business in particular was grounded to a halt. Because you can't just travel to Real Madrid and travel to Spain, and you can't just go for a Google Festival or Calabar Festival.
You just came back from Spain, right?
No, I'm just giving you instances. You can't do that. But the most important thing, while tourism business generally, globally, was losing about $1.3 trillion, agri-tourism was increasing, growing all through the COVID-19, and globally it grew about $17 billion. In Nigeria also, it became something new because there are a lot of content. If you go online then, you will see content. You now see somebody knowing that, oh, there is a plot of land at my backyard. I can actually plant tomatoes because I saw something online. Somebody planted tomatoes and reaping bountiful harvest. And I think that is another way that it's been a blessing. That COVID-19 was a blessing. It reminded people that you have to farm. And agro-tourism grew beyond physical tourism and was a major force online, was a major force in social media pages. You see a lot of people being able to go into homegrown production simply because of that. And a lot of farmers are able to learn new practices simply because of that. So if I'm going to quantify the benefit, the economic benefit, and the revenue, I would say it's immense. It's a lot. Currently, agribusiness in Nigeria contributes about 25% to the GDP, right? But with agro-tourism, this percentage can double within a little period of time. Because it now showcases farming beyond on the farm. Now we have gained, planting in sack has gained so much popularity simply because of this, So you don't have to wait till you visit the farm. You can even see it from the content being created from the farm. And that's why I love what Jags is doing. I was telling him, you know what, we're going to be doing more of agro-tourism content for people who won't want to travel up and down, right? So we're going to bring that farm to you by the grace of God. So it's very important.
Now, food is attractive. There is nobody that doesn't like food. They say when a man is hungry, just give him food. There's nobody that doesn't like food. But farming, agriculture isn't attractive. It isn't attractive. The former president said, grow what you eat. And the president of the Federal Republic now says we're going to bring corn and all that. But the youth are angry at that. So what do you think are the challenges and opportunities in developing agro-tourism in Ibadan? I'm asking you that question.
Okay, so when we talk about growing agro-tourism in Ibadan that I know Well, suffice to say, I was born here and I grew up here.
Same thing.
Same
Yeah,
to you, right?
yeah.
So we were farming. Those years, my dad would take us to farm every Saturday morning.
Where was your farm?
Just behind Guru Maharaji.
Ah,
yeah.
That's blood money.
So if I remember vividly, it was an interesting journey every Saturday morning. But then
Ours
again,
was at Awoton. All of
Awoton?
that was the family area.
Oh, okay. So then we had so much fun, but at the same time we were thinking this
Punishment.
Baba was punishing
Yeah.
us because coming back from the farm, going to farm was not a problem, but coming back from the farm, you have to carry loads, farm produce,
And you are dead.
and your neck will be like that. So at the end of the day, but when you get home, but there's this thing about farming that is very interesting. When you, as a person, plant a seed and you see it germinate, there's this joy that comes from your belly. And you are satisfied. You are like, so I can plant a thing and it will grow. So now, this is where that tourism comes from. Now, you see it grow, you see it bring fruit or flower, then you see it bring seed, and at the end of the day, you harvest it. So it gives me so much pride, and I'll get to school those days, I'll tell my friends, have you been to farm before? I can make gari on my own.
Yeah.
So it was a thing of joy to me. But then, despite the fact that we were thinking, Baba, I can't feel my mates will be at home playing football, watching TV and all that. But those experiences are not something we can actually buy with money. And for me, it is just priceless.
Okay, thank you very much for reminiscing about your childhood. I think anybody in Nigeria, especially Ibadan today, born around that 80s downward to 70s, you're going to have a similar experience. And it's quite good. Even though people run away from it, but those experiences bring you back to it. Especially when you look at today. Tell me if on DSTV we have what's it called? On all the decoders, we have the documentaries about wildlife, about farms, about veterinary doctors, and all of that. If there is no people practicing agriculture, there won't be all those shows. They are all stemming out of something. All right, so I want to encourage youth of today that they should look beyond the traditional hoe and cutlass farming. Because in all fairness, agribusiness has gone beyond that. Just in some rural areas and in Nigeria and some places like that have those subsistence farming still in existence, which is good. Which is good. I'm not saying it's bad, it's good because of economic reasons, right? Not everybody will be able to afford 10,000 hectares. But in the same Nigeria, there are people who are practicing mechanized farming. Great mechanized farming. Just this farmer in the north who has about 80,000 other farmers farming for him. I don't want to mention him because it's not free advert anyway, but yes. And these people has about 140,000 hectares of land they are farming, right? Usually when I was in sales, I traveled to Ilora, Oyo, and some other places, and I would look at their plain lands. It's so beautiful. It's beautiful. It's not everywhere you have plain lands like that. And I always think, you know what? I want to retire as a farmer. And this is not a decision I took now. It's something I've taken right from secondary school. Because come to think of it, he said you have pride in growing something, in cultivating something. The truth is, you will have security, food security, that there will be food in your house to start with. That was my own first interest in agribusiness. In secondary school, we go to farm, primary school, secondary school, we go to farm like that, and we still do not have enough. And I would think, thank God that we have this farm. Thank God that we have this food. We'll make gari for months that will last us for months. Yeah. We make fufu that will last us. I mean, there is no fridge freezer, but we can still preserve our fufu. You understand? And then I saw my agric teacher, doing some practical and then using chicken. And I was like, this one is going to eat chicken for the next 2-3 weeks in his house. And I was like, you know what? I'm going for agriculture, nothing more, because it guarantees you food, it guarantees you income, revenue, because you can now sell the excess. It guarantees you, even if you want to go into production, because a lot of what we are doing now, we're still, keeping our eyes on just the primary production. We're not looking at the value addition. We're not looking at processing. That's why the youth do not want to go into it. But when you know the opportunity in value addition alone, there is a young guy that makes chocolate in Nigeria here. The chocolate is so nice, so pure, and is of export standard. And this guy go from sourcing the cocoa from the villages. So being exposed and exposing our children at tender age to agribusiness is very, very good. It will do them a lot of good in the future. It will help them to see different opportunities in case something fails.
Great. Then I'll be asking the last question, which the two of you we have an I don't know if you have any. Okay, I have one question there. So I will ask this last question, then I will call upon you. Now, whenever I'm traveling from Lagos to Ibadan, I see the land mass and I see no farm, and I'm angry.
Yeah.
I'm very, very angry.
Or you see churches.
No, let's understand that religion is also tourism.
Yeah.
Religion is also tourism. So whether you see churches, tourism, or you see mosques, tourism. So, but I see a lot of land mass and there is nothing growing there. Then I'm angry. So angry. Because why is this? We have enough land in the southwest, but yet we are not feeding ourselves. Why are we not feeding ourselves? So this is my question. Now putting that in with hospitality tourism, I want to ask this question. How important is collaboration between the agricultural tourism and the hospitality tourism in creating a sustainable agro-tourism model in Nigeria? How important is it? If I want to visit any place that I see as an agro-tourist site in Ibadan, is IT.
Yeah.
That's the only agro-tourist site I want to visit. Then we had of Fashola is not yet there. So now, but we have to look at the hospitality business also. I've been to Shanghai in Benin Republic, and we went there to see some things. They have hotels, they have this. So how important is the collaboration between these two sectors? It should.
All right. If I should start on that, I have a lot of stories to share. First, to think of it, my exposure to agro-tourism started in university days over 20 years ago. We went to Yankari Game Reserve in Bauchi State. Right, so going to Bauchi State, we have to touch other states along the way, Jos and some other ones. And it eats me, because of Yankari Game Reserve. We were traveling all the way from Makure. Yes. Can you please, Fatom, just count the number of states, number of water,
yes,
number of trees,
yes,
that we passed through to go to Yankari Game Reserve. And we were not the only students going to Yankari. Yankari Game Reserve wasn't free, by the way, and it's still not free today. We paid entrance fee.
Yes.
We lodged in hotel.
Yeah.
We had transportation.
That's it.
So if we are going to look at collaboration, it's beyond hospitality. It goes from state government to federal government, to hospitality, to transportation, to even airlines, to medical. It cuts across. Now, if we're going to look at there are a lot of shows globally, bringing him money to different countries. In France, they have about, I'm not joking, annually, they should have more than 10 international shows, or even close to 20. That brings people from all walks of life. USA, they have a lot. UK, they have a lot. Netherlands, they have a lot.
We have
right? We have a little. Okay. We are growing. And thank God for Oyo State government championing, creating the first agro-tourism project in Nigeria in 2023. They've started it, they've inaugurated it in Ibadan here. Yeah. All right, so we have IITA. We have something, they're doing something with the Catholic Church somewhere along, Alakia side, and there is the Laji Farms and Hotel, it just kind of show you what an ecosystem it could be. There is a lady in Abuja now, Alimat Farm. She has this farm, it's a destination place. She has this farm with people visiting, doing a lot of things, swimming pool, resort center. And there is the Shanghai you mentioned. Shanghai has the similar project they are doing in Ilorin, Kwara State, and one in the east as well. So there are a lot of collaborations already happening.
Okay.
But it could only get better because it's a multi-billion-dollar business. Agro-tourism, food tourism. I mean, look at GTB, what's it called? Which one is doing food show?
Yes.
You know, that's also a food tourism, right? It's bringing in people. It's exposing people to a lot of things. So agro-tourism cannot be, can grow. It could grow the economy. We don't have, like the keynote speaker said, we cannot beat them in architecture. We cannot beat them in infrastructure. But we can beat them in food and agribusiness and our rural setting. So let's showcase it to the world and let all these stakeholders come together to do something great. And so when people are knocking, GTB didn't just start with the food fest. No. I mean, there are people who are trying to do some tourism programs like this. They go to bank, they apply for loans. The environment is stiff, is not helping, right? And so, from one of these ideas, I think they bet the food first, you understand? Because, in all fairness, I don't know how many people paid to be here, right? With every facilities and amenities provided. This trade show may not break even from this show, right? But they have bet a lot of ideas, a lot of synergy. That is what the tourism do initially. But it could get better to a level whereby people can now travel from all over the world to be able to contribute to the GDP of that country and then to the to the show organizers.
Great, great. Telling us that we need more than the hospitality connection. We need all other sectors too. So let's hear from you.
Okay, so she has actually said a lot. The only thing I would probably like to add is, so we have the youth going into, like the previous session, going into digital, going into content creation and all that. So attracting the youth is the key to sustainability. We've had our parents do all these things. We need to indoctrinate this Gen Z to see value. See, all we need to do is open their eyes or let them have the access to see these things. When they see, they think faster, even than the millennials and the older generation. They think faster and they process faster. So, indoctrinating them, encouraging them to attracting them, essentially, that's the word, attracting them. When we attract them to this, then you can expect explosion in that industry.
That's great. Thank you so much for your contribution. But before we leave, we have one question. You can come up, ma'am. We have one question.
Good afternoon. Okay, I have just two quick questions. Okay. The first one, when we're talking about, you were talking about cleanliness in storing grains. There's a problem in Nigeria, and I wonder what is being done or what can be done about it. The issue of storing grains with sniper. Before, it was once in a while. Now, once you enter the market, you can smell it without even going into the shops. And I know it is deadly. That's the first question. What can be done about it? Okay. The second one is about, we're talking about tourism and things like that. I love to travel. But because of the stories that I have heard about the security situation in Nigeria, all these ideas you're expounding are very good and laudable. But how will you get people to come with this kind of situation on the ground? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma, for the question. So let's hear you for the storage and let's hear you for the...
Okay, so for food storage and security, we've, before now, we've had a lot of sensitization, a lot of, symposium. In fact, engaging the farmers on how to preserve food. Now, it's cheaper for them because the first thing is government needs to do more, especially the bodies in charge of that regulation, right? NAFDAC and the likes. They need to first restrict access to all these pesticides. Let it be that only professionals can handle them. If you are not a professional, you cannot have access to it. So, and before you can be a professional, then it means you have undergone a prerequisite training and you can handle pesticide properly. So, starting from there, now, the issue we have is that farmers look for the cheapest means, and that is why we have abuse of this pesticide. You see a lot of people commit suicide with the same sniper we talk about. It's because they have access. Now, the farmers have access, unrestricted access to those things, and they feel this is what they can use in their best knowledge to prevent their food.
Is there any natural...
There are. In fact, there are studies that have shown that there are plants that can even, prevent pests from destroying your food or your stock. Now, there are natural things. Even this common neem leaf, neem oil, this bitter leaf and all that. There are things they can use to actually preserve food items.
So you've mentioned sensitization, restriction from such items.
Yes, so
use natural. The way you were mentioning natural, it seems you've worked with the MChem before.
All right, so those are the things I think can be done.
Those works well, yeah. So let's just talk about visiting sites and the security.
Yes, I'll still come back to what he said, because before I go to the visiting site, you see, even if the restriction happen, because I'm just saying this for the benefit of people who will be watching later and will say, oh no, restriction is not possible. Yeah, it may not be so easy to restrict, but it's good that government and the agency involved make some effort to sensitize and restrict. Because it's the same farmer, they need it on the farm. All the chemicals that we use, there are some that were regulated, they were even banned. You will still find them in the market. So restriction is important, right? They need to go out there to the stores and check what is there. In the days of Dora Konyili, NAFDAC, when they raid and they take a lot of things, yes, we need some aggression like that. Plus the fact that people need to be sensitized to know withdrawal time. Some of these items were supposed to be used on the farm and within a withdrawal time before the harvest and all of that. But they will use it in storage, which is wrong. So, and some people are even using household items, detergents, to make vegetable look fresh, to do all sorts of things. God help us. I just want to encourage everybody, if you have a plot of land belonging to your neighbor or even your enemy, try and grow some few things that you can eat at home yourself. You will know the difference, because when you do that, you even know yourself, well, how is this thing different from what they are selling? And you can beware, you can easily read in between the lines. So then back to the security. Yes, security threats are real. I mean, they are real, right? I still went to the north few months. I was in the north in October.
Did you use Benin Airways?
I did all form of transportation apart from water. I did air, road, train.
And Benin Airways.
No, Benin Airways. I didn't do broom. So, and I was on the road one fateful afternoon, moving from Kaduna to Kano. I had already moved from Abuja to Nasarawa to different places, back to Abuja, back to Kano, and then I was going to Kano. And my mom called me. I heard you are in the north. Leave everything you are doing now. By the grace of God, I'm begging you. In Jesus' name, come back. And I was like, and then she sent me something. A viral clip that someone had sent to her. Please, all of us sending viral clip. We should at least, that was what I had
sent to your mom,
that was I had to clarify, the restriction thing.
Security threat is real, but at the same time, we should fear.
This person said, in the north right now, as she is speaking, they are slaughtering people. They are doing this and doing that. There's some tribe and some this and some that. You know what I did? Thank God for social media. I pick up my phone and I started recording on the road. I didn't chat her.
Okay.
I recorded, I showed myself, I recorded people, I talked to people, and I forwarded it to her. And she smiled and she said, and the way I dress, when I go to the north, I wear my, I represent, I wear my jalamia and tie my gil and everything. So, the way I dress, she was like, Iyawo Hemia, Erora. And then she was smiling, you know, seeing my video and all of that. I said, you know, the same way I recorded this video, I could say anything and it will go viral.
Yeah.
The same way you got the one you got. So please, let's be careful. In Nigeria, we need each other to grow. The north, the east, the south, the west. We all trade together. We do inter-trading. We do a lot of business together. And we need to sustain that. In all fairness, if they divide this country, I don't think any particular party will survive better than the other. We need each other, all right? So there are issues, but then we can promote and support each other. Somebody said in the earlier session that when things happen outside the country, they don't publicize it the way we publicize all our negative thoughts and stuff here. Yes, things happen. There are sometimes I travel to US and every time I'm there, every week, you will be getting news, local news, kidnapping, this, a small girl, a small boy. Some of them, they will not find them till I will leave. I mean, but they're not putting that on international news.
Thank you.
So we should be careful of the news we are propagating. If we need to warn and sensitize, we should verify the source of the information clearly. And be sure it is right.
Thank you very
much. So, madam, you can travel, all right? And travel with people you can trust. You can reach us or to the organizer of this show. If you need to travel, they have packages.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much. Thank you. Now, in all sincerity, we've learned that if you have a plot of land belonging to your enemy, don't try to. But if you have a plot of land somewhere, you can start, household farming. Like where I know about her, I went to her house and the husband was showing me they don't buy anything outside. They have everything in the compound. If they want to eat asu, they have goat meat. Everything.
I'll visit.
I won't show you the address. Everything. So yeah, she's speaking out of experience when she said, yes, you can actually do that. Thank you so much for having us. And we're handing over back the microphone to 13th Disciple.
No, you are not going yet. Just stay there. Stay there. Èmi kọ́ ni wá ṣiṣẹ́ kú àjọṣe náà ni tó bá ti rẹ̀ mí ọ́ máa ṣe lọ kó ṣe jọ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹ̀yìn mo ń lo scope ni ìmọ̀ lọ ìmọ̀ bọ̀ ìwọ lọ ṣe léyìí.
No, we are done with this session.
I am not done with you. So you stay there. So now we'd like to have the green world come around. We're going to talk for like 3 minutes. So after green world comes here to talk to us, we are saying we are promoting our art, our culture, the tourist part of Ibadan. And that's why we like to say Ekaabo. We've been doing the Ekaabo. But before I move on, I would like to also appreciate the presence of NEE Ojekunle Wasiu, who happens to be the president of the Integrity Youth of Ibadan. And of Ibadan land. He's here. He's here with his treasurer. That's another NEE, Alimi Sahid. That's the treasurer. Thank you for coming around. So, Etik Boba, anybody say, Bo? Etik Boba, Intasi, Seri, Intim Bemba, don't po. And when you see Bodom more. I want that you work on some one. It is what you do to your people. Unto ba se fa when your interest, Amara, Tatan, Iwa. So, yes, for those of us that are familiar with football, I don't know if you know the true story of C. Ronaldo becoming popular today. That his best friend is supposed to be in that sport. I know some for those of us, let me just quickly say that. So then Akin Potter, please come out. Get ready now. Get ready after Greenwald. Mommy Greenwald, please come as I speak. Now, when I heard that story, this was how we started. Football scouts all over the world came around and they wanted to pick a defender, a midfielder, and a striker. And for the striker, I can't know the qualification for midfielders. Mommy, please come sit. And defenders. But for strikers, the highest goal scoring striker that day will be the person they will pick. So this guy scored first before C. Ronaldo. Then C. Ronaldo, I think the second half, C. Ronaldo picked up his own goal. He scored his own goal. And towards the end of the game, his friend had the chance to score the goal. He did not. He decided to release the pass for C. Ronaldo to score. And do you know the funniest thing, what that guy did? There is nothing C. Ronaldo has this time that guy does not have. Except for his wife and kids. For every car that Ronaldo has, that guy has a copy. For every house that guy has, Ronaldo has his own as well. So please, we need to showcase our own and we'll move on. So mommy, for 3 minutes, you're going to talk to us about Green World. And when we are done, we'll be having Akin Potter to come do his. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, before mommy comes, I'd like the conveyor to please come forward. Let's take pictures with them so they can go sit. But you are still going to be here. He said, no, you're not coming back. You are staying now. You are staying. You are staying. Don't worry. That's the instruction that I was given. You are staying. So please, media, please come take picture. I know the NEE people, there is a particular thing you guys are promoting, I guess. Like Ogbeni will call himself Ogbeni. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ kí ni Yorùbá àwọn tó máa ń ya fọ́tò? Olùyà àbí? Olùyà. Olùyàwòrán, ayàwòrán. Okay, artist tó wá ń draw nǹkan mà. Ó ti dàrú. Artist tó ń draw ó ní ayàwòrán. Ẹni tó ń lo camera. Olùyà. Ẹni tó ń yà nǹkan. Please wait. Okay, so mommy, for the next 3 minutes, please pick up the mic. Tell us about Green World. After that, we'll have Akin Potter to please come showcase what he does. So, ma, the next 3 minutes is yours.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ayono Kumaya, and I'm representing Green World. What this organization is about is that we grow, produce, and manufacture our own organic supplements. We have labs in the US, in China. We're developing a lab in Uganda now, and factories where our supplements are researched and produced. We are available in several countries around the world, and we're also in Nigeria. We have a big presence in Africa generally. We're also like in Eastern Europe, in America, in South America. Now, what Green World is about is that unlike what happens usually is that, oh, you have a headache and you take Panadol. But what Green World does is that they have developed or adapted a resonance imaging system where they take a scan of where you do a full body scan. Now, normally there are some that are invasive or complicated, but the system has been streamlined such that you can do this scan in 10 minutes. It's non-invasive. You sit down, you do the scan, and when the imaging is complete, then each organ is analyzed, and you know, okay, in this organ, I'm healthy. In this organ, I have a problem. In this body system, there might be a problem that's just starting. So what we then do is that we have supplements that have been produced, all organic, all sustainably raised, that we can recommend that you can use to resolve these problems. Also, if you are healthy, we have vitamins and other supplements that you can use to maintain your good health. Basically, this is what Green World is about. We also have a marketing and a wealth development aspect, but we can talk about that later. Also, when we first started, at least I think they came to Nigeria in 2009. When we first started, it was just strictly supplements. But with, how can I say it? By request, Greenwald then went into research to see and came up with an organic fertilizer. It's an organic foliar fertilizer that will give you, I mean, the last group of people were talking about agriculture. Most of the fertilizer is not, you don't put it in the ground, you put it on the leaves, you spray it on the leaves, and it has brought forth very good results. One thing is that the earth fertility is replenished and you get very, very good harvests. Now, today, well, the past 3 days, we've been here. Doing the test normally costs like 10 to 15,000, but today we're doing it just for 2,000 as a promo for the trade show. We are just over there, and people have been coming to do the test. So I urge all of you, before you leave today, come and do it. Like I said, the test is just for 10 minutes. It's 2,000 naira, and you get to know, oh, I'm very healthy. Oh, there might be a problem. And we have close to 200 supplements to take care of it. And as you get healthy, we have a system in place where you can get wealthy too. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time. If not, I would have given my testimony. I joined earlier this year. That time, this was how I was. I was bent over with osteoarthritis and lumbar spondylosis. Using their supplements, I'm this straight, and I still hope that I'm going to even walk better. I was extremely pre-diabetic before. I used their supplements, and right now my A1, AC1 or A1C, whatever they call it, is 5.1, which is normal. So the supplements work. So please, I think my 3 minutes are up.
Actually, you've used another 3 minutes. All right, thank you. Thank you. Please, can I get the best of this sound I'm using? This mic I'm using now. It looks as if I'm talking to myself. Please, I need the volume to be up. So now we'll need to have Akin Porter. Then, Madam, you mentioned lumbar something now. Yes, I think I have somebody. I have a client for you. I'll get your contact and send to them. Not here. So Akin Porter, please, let's have you around here. Let's have you around here. But I'll advise that no matter how much you don't believe in it, it is good if you know how you feel yourself on the inside. It is good if you can know how you feel yourself. Yes, thank you for the sound on the inside. The test normally goes for 15,000 naira, but here it's been done for 2,000 naira. I'd like to appreciate the curator. Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you for allowing us to do this for the past 3 days. Thank you very much. So, to Akin Porter, you are going to tell us what you do. He's going to tell us what he does with pottery, with clay. So, the next 5 minutes is yours. Please, let's have you display. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm standing on the existing protocol. I remain humble myself, Oyelere Akikunmi Oluwatobi, Akin Porter. I'm into pottery making, and so far so good. I've been playing with our non-metallic earthly mineral that is eco-friendly and good for everyone to make use of. In our production, to God be the glory, I'm the representative of Akin Porter Pottery Recycling and Craft Enterprises, registered here in Ibadan. We've been running diverse art made out of clay, in which we produce flower vases, pillar pots, we produce water dispenser, we produce dinnerwares and the likes. Now, here with me, I have a tea jug with me that you can brew your tea, herbal tea, talk of it, just name it. You can have it inside there, then you'll be taking it. Now, it is not just a mere jug, but it infuse and purify whatever things you put inside it. And as well as an environmental enthusiast, we produce eco-friendly insulated charcoal stove that doesn't emit carbon. Because as it is right now, the global warming, the effect of burning waste and the likes. Now we've come to into our research, we've come to making an insulated charcoal stove that is eco-friendly and it conserves high heat for long-lasting cooking. It's pain me that I'm not with the stove here right now. Those are the things we do. Then we'll do bricks, we'll construct kiln, we'll construct furnace and the likes. Then we'll build and construct, what's it called? This furnace for chemical reactions. So as well, we have, as it is, what is going organic right now, I have with me soap dispenser, organic soap dispenser, organic cream dispenser, just name it. You know, everybody wants, if it is not clean, it is not then safe for you to make use of. So now everybody is going organic and want to live an healthy life. How do you do that? It depends on what you make use of. Then what you consume determines how long you live. Because in this current generation, people eat a lot of junks thinking it is food. No. Then what they use in heating it as well. This one is not for taking food. This one is for cream or soap. We call it bathroom accessories. So now we have plates. Then we use, as part of what the magic we use clay to produce, this is a human being carrying a baby. I call it agony of motherhood or a nursing mother. So all these are what we have been able to achieve with this raw material, and all these materials are locally sourced for. None is imported material. So for you to know how blessed Nigeria is, how blessed we are in Africa. So although people have not been tapping into these unreal opportunities available for them, fine, pottery making is very challenging because it requires a lot of strength, it requires your passion, it requires you to be focused because it's a type of skill that requires extraordinary intelligent quotient for you to achieve it. And now people run away from it due to the fact of all what I've mentioned earlier. So in this wise, we are charging people, we are charging young ones, we are even charging adults to invest into this. We are charging government to invest into this because of all these raw materials are readily available untapped. If I could do my calculation very well, the total number of potters in the whole of Nigeria, practicing one, I'm not talking of those that have the certificate of being a potter, but they are not practicing. A potter that has now become tailored by Shola, tailored by Fumi, Kinikon Hub. No, those that are practicing, we are out of 100%, we are less than 5% in the whole of Nigeria. So, and all this, and in the olden days, we got to notice that, yes, people are into this. Even investors, they invested into this skill during the time of all these Ghanaians. But now, they are no more here. Fine, we can still do it. So, let's gear it up and bring this pottery making back to life. Enough of all these chemically produced materials like plastic, like aluminium, iron, and the likes. Those are the things people make use of at home right now. So why can't we just go back to the olden days that makes our parents, our forefathers live longer? If you hear a news right now, you will hear under age of 50 dead. And in the olden days, nothing like that. And during that time, they always drink from the stream that connected like 4 villages together. In the villages over there, they will do all sorts of things. They will wash clothes, they will sheet, they will do everything. And in this particular community and village here, they will drink out of that water and nothing will happen to them. There is nothing like cholera during their own era. But in our own era, fine, we are making research. And we won't say that the research is having a negative impact on us. Because now we'll be like, okay, let's look for another means of using other materials. And find currently now, like Teflon. Teflon is causing a lot of health damages. But people don't know. They believe, fine, this is beautiful. Oh yeah, let me buy it. We've been using our money to buy dead, if we don't know. So now let's go back to our locally made products, locally sourced materials that will make us live longer. So, in a nutshell, I really appreciate everyone to Ekaabo Tradeshow, and Akin Potter Pottery is saying thank you to everyone for taking your time to this hour of the day. Thank you very much. Ekaabo.
All right. Please, a round of applause for him. Before you go, I want to ask some question on behalf of people.
All right.
Now, you say I did a research and I got to realize that drinking from amu. What do you call amu in English?
Water dispenser.
What?
Water vessel.
I think Beumini.
Water pot.
Water pot. That it's not really hygienic. I think one of the challenges that we need to address is metamorphosizing a particular thing to the required standard. Because I believe there are so many things. Ceramic, what do you call it? This mug that we use in taking tea. They are also made from clays. So there's something Oyinbo people did. Why can't we develop whatever we have? Because I realized something, especially when you see, let me use marriage as an example. Many people get married and they remain the same person they are when they got married. You aren't going to be married to me and your life is not going to be better. Else, I'm going to push you out. Who tell you there's no divorce? Simple. You get it? So I think it is too much of us that we have something. And the way our fathers gave it to us is the way we're still using it. And come to think of it, people will say, I want to buy non-stick pots. Meanwhile, it is poisonous to the body. But I want to believe that the Oyinbo people are working on how to make use of that still same non-stick pot, but in a way it will not be detrimental. I'm only trying to give a word of advice for this pottery thing. You understand? And please, feel free to go to his gallery down there. I saw something there. The ammo that I was talking about yesterday, that thing has been outside there since day before yesterday. But Teba Shiomie, the water is so cold. It's not even room temperature. It's okay. So ladies and gentlemen, that's that on this particular session. A round of applause for Akin Potter. Thank you so much for coming around. Then we'll move on to the next stop. Sorry, please, what's the name of your gallery? Please, you can go. What's the name of your... The Adulawals. So please, you can go to the Adulawals gallery to go and get stuff. I got mine also. Actually, try and help people because you don't know, you might be helping yourself. I sent him people that I know that came to this place, my friends in BAT. And when he called me, he was like, bros, which one do you like here? And he gave me this one. So please, you can go in there and do business with him. Uncle Deolu, thank you for coming around. He's one of the, please, a round of applause. Signify, yeah. Is a gospel musician and a man of God. Thank you for coming around. Right now, we'll move on to the next thing. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, I'd like you to welcome with me on this space for the next session of what we are here for at Ekaabo. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I'd like to welcome these following people up here. It is my pleasure for the session of art and craft tourism, celebrating culture through creative expressions. Ladies and gentlemen, please, can you welcome up here Pamela Otuka. I don't know if it is Mrs. or Miss. Oh, sorry, Mrs. That's our mommy, the curator. Please, a round of applause for her. That's the curator, National Museum for Unity. Please come around. She's been our guest from the beginning. Our host, sorry. When I see people that are successful, I begin to say things. Please, Emma move. So that's she's the curator, National Museum, and for Unity. She has had us here. She's been hosting us since day one. You understand? So if you are seeing any facelift here, any new thing you are seeing here, she permitted it. Ekaabo. All right, please to join her. Ladies and gentlemen, please let me put your hands together for none other than Mr. Martin Oates. A round of applause for him. Yes, Ekaabo, sir. Ekaabo. Don't worry, he's going to greet you, Ekaabo, too. Don't be surprised. Good to have you here. Please have your seat. Have your seat. I would also like to welcome up here Mrs. Jumoke Olowo Kere. Yes, please come up here. She is the Oga at the top of Waste Museum. So anything she's wearing is from waste, except from her shoe. Yes, she made this from waste. She made this from waste. I think these are expired tires. She made this as well. Yes, please, a round of applause for her. So please don't buy stool again. Don't buy stool. Come and buy all your tire. Moko tire, moto timoti ra. Toti baje inko bolodo yin. And you. So now I'd also like to have up here Barrister Obasa Adeshile. A round of applause for him. Help me clap for this man. See, there are some set of people that you don't find in a particular space. He's a legal practitioner that appears to me too much to be too social. You understand? We've been having intellectual conversations, and I'm proud to have him. If you're hearing Pelican Crest, legal practitioners, now them be that. I want to run your level. You want to send someone to prison? Consult them. All right. I would also like to have the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome Olaide Turner. A round of applause for her. Yes. Yes. Please clap well. She is my breed. She has dreadlocks. Oh, a moderator should sit here. Please clap for her well. She's looking like an Indian Nigerian. So, for the next 20 minutes for discussions and 10 minutes for question and answers, we will be enjoying these great men and women here. So please, yourself, but I actually do not like this sitting arrangement. I don't like it. So I don't like it now. Men, you are Mr. Oates, you share these women. Sit with them. Oga, stand up there. Stand up there. Me, Dele, I can't stand the curator. Let curator sit where she wants to sit. Yeah, it's balanced now. One man, one woman. It's okay too. All right, so yourself and Barrister will share this mic. Yourself and Mrs. Jumoke will share that. So, over to you. Thank you, ma'am.
Ekaabo. Ekaabo. You're welcome to the trade show, Ekaabo Tradeshow 2024. And this session, as stated before, is the art and craft session. In this session, once again, I welcome all the panelists on board.
Okay, this is better.
This is better. Once again, I welcome all the panelists on board. And in this session, I'm going to be asking questions about tourism, arts and craft, and innovation, how we use these mediums to move the economy of Nigeria forward and to impact on a global scale. So briefly, I'll ask all of you to answer this question about how does art influence the cultural heritage and identity in Nigeria in the economic sphere?
Hello, okay. So how does art influence the economic?
Cultural heritage and identity.
Well, I will say that cultural heritage and identity is all about art expression. Because when you are talking about art, you're talking about culture, you're talking about your expression, and it's cut across everything that you do. Now, look at us seated here now. You know, by our appearance, you can have an idea of where we're coming from. You can have an idea of how artistic we are. You can have an idea of how bold that we are to explore our cultural heritage. And so I want to say that art is actually the definition of cultural heritage, because that's the avenue that gives you that, freedom to express yourself and to showcase what you have, to showcase where you're coming from, to showcase what you believe in, to showcase what you know, and even to showcase what you have in your hands. So I would say without art, we cannot even express our cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ekaabo. First, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Martin Holst. We have, I've started a furniture company a couple of years ago. We extended it into an art gallery, and we are highly invested in the community, especially in Ibadan. We're based in Ibadan. And we like to give a platform for art and cultural heritage. To answer the question, the cultural heritage and culture is something that produces art. Everything you do is coming from the things you was brought up with, the things you saw, the things that were in the past, and you combine it with your own experiences, and then you create something, maybe a song, a book, a painting. So I think it's very important that the two of them are absolutely linked, or maybe even the same.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ekaabo. I want to first of all say a very big thank you to Mrs. Toyin Odugbeson for agreeing to co-partner with us for this program. I remember it was last year that I asked her, I actually begged her to do it here, and she declined nicely. But this year, we are here, and I'm sure you are all enjoying yourselves here. This is a better place. And please, I will also want to ask her to please consider here next year. Thank you. Now, to answer your question. Now, we're talking about art and crafts. We're talking about art and craft. And under that, the museum falls under the cultural tourism. So I'm going to talk from the perspective of the museum. Now, we are talking about the art and craft
Cultural heritage.
The cultural heritage aspect of it. So, now, the first thing is that we, as the museum, we have the role of being custodians of this art and crafts. You know, we, as custodians, our job is to preserve this art and crafts for futures, for generations yet unborn. So what we do is that we preserve and we conserve it, so that these things will still be in the museum, so that a lot of our children, they will be able to see these things. Most of the things that are happening now are modern things. So a lot of people are not longer focusing on our heritage, on our patrimony, what we have inherited from our forebears. So quite a number of them are shifting away. And also because of religion. Religion has played a very vital role in making people not to, look at what we have as heritage. So a lot of people are shifting away. So the museum, we are the custodians of our arts and culture, so that our heritage will not go into extinction. That's number one. Then number two, we also play the role of awareness. We educate and aware and create awareness for the people, so that the people will be able to know that these things, they are our identity. They are what we inherited from our forebears. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I think I'll take a cue from the other gentlemen. And I'm so excited that you're here, sir, because I was told about your collaboration. I'm excited about what we can do in furniture. My name is Adeshile Obasa. I'm a lawyer, and I'm the managing partner of Pelican Crest Legal Practitioners. Most of my contribution will come from that angle. But before I start making my contribution, my comments, I'll just say a word, and I want you to say the first thing that comes to your mind. So the first word is champagne. What do you think of when I say champagne? Celebration. Excellent. Somebody, what other word do we have? Celebration, drink, alcohol, beverage, whatever. Let me use another word. Basmati. What comes to your mind when I say basmati? India. Some people is rice. What we don't understand is that these two things are legally protected for a particular region. Champagne is not the name of a drink. Champagne is the name of a place. And that wine that is so popular that we drink for celebration originates from there and there alone. In fact, the beauty of champagne is that because of the climate and the conditions of that place, that is why that drink tastes the way it does. The same thing with basmati rice. It's because it's grown in the Himalayas in India, so southern parts of India. And because of the climates and because of the hilly region and the cold, that is why it tastes that way. That unique taste, that unique identity of the drink is the arts and the culture of that place, and it is protected by law. So to the contribution I want to make, there is no difference between arts, culture, and identity. And it is so strong, it is so well recognized that even the law protects it. That's why, for example, when you watch an American movie, and I can give an example. If you watch Bob Hart's Abishola, how many of us know that series? And you hear the way Bob says Yoruba, you are annoyed. Because you know that this is not a Nigerian actor. But when you see Abishola play that role, and you hear the way she speaks the language, you can tell that, okay, this is an identity that I can connect with. So there's no way that arts, culture, dressing, all these things are connected intricately to identity. And the law recognizes and protects it. And this is what really makes this conversation so interesting. That number one, and you know, the law is what keeps our society the way it is. Everything is regulated by law. Our sitting down, our dressing. We could act anyway. You know, it could be written law, it could be communal law, it could be unspoken laws. For example, the reason why we are seated this way is because there's an unspoken rule that we should sit down. If I stood up and started giving my presentation crossed like this, people would look at me weird because there's an unspoken rule that this is how everybody should relate. So arts, culture, everything is intricately linked to identity. And identity is something that not only is it valuable, it is also protected. Thank you.
Thank you. My next question is about cultural continuity. So we have a lot of people who are artists today and, you know, modernized contemporary art. And as well, we have a lot of young people who are also delving back into the traditional form of art. How can we encourage the younger generation to take up the crafts or the trades and skills of olden days and bring it up in a modern way so that we can always have this continuum culturally to protect our heritage as Africans or wherever we may come from in the world?
Thank you very much. That's one of the things that we do here in the National Museum of Unity, Ibadan. We do a lot of networking and we do a lot of collaborations with stakeholders, you know, to enlighten the youth and the even the adults, to empower them so that they will be able to know this craft. But there's one good thing that we do here about the museum. We go to schools. We do mobile exhibitions for these children because some of them cannot come here or they don't want to come or they see no reason why they should come here. So we go to their school, we do what they call mobile exhibitions on these arts and crafts just to enlighten them and to create awareness about these things. And then for some schools that are able to come here, when they come, they are on our list of schools that usually visit here. So we do what we call vocational training for them. We go to their schools and teach them bead making and how to make soap, izal and things like that. Just recently, Akin Potter was here to teach the children how to make pottery, hands-on. And that is what is one of the duties of the museum. We believe in hands-on. Hands-on, we actually make the children to feel, you know, what they are looking at, what they see, because they have a different idea of what these things are. They feel that these things are not craft, these things are not things that are made, maybe because of the belief that is attached to these things. So we tell them to kind of feel these things. That's why here we believe in hands-on, that they should feel these things and they should do it themselves so that they will be able to know that these things were just art and craft that were done in the past. Although some of them had ritual purposes, they have ceremonial purposes, those that were used for festivals and things like that. But there are some that were just for aesthetic value. Thank you.
I want to, I missed the link a little bit with tourism. We're here with tourism. I think it's important. What we with the NASA do is we do all these activities for children and schools. A lot like the museum does as well. We go to schools or we bring schools in. And we get people moving. A thing that happens in Europe is that children don't know anymore how to make something, how to create something. Yes, in school they do some painting, but they will never cut up a tire or they will never do something that's arts related, and also with that art you bring in heritage. I think it's very important if we go to schools and schools comes to us, then we already have traveling and movement of people within Ibadan or even from abroad, from outside Ibadan. And then we generate traffic.
Okay, basically what we do at the Waste Museum, I run a waste museum, the first in the world, that is located here in Ibadan at Monia. And the idea behind the museum is actually to give people experience. You know, there's this saying that says, show me something I'll forget, tell me about it, I may not remember. But when I experience it, I will never forget. Because anything that you experience becomes part of you. It's your story. It's no longer somebody is telling you a story. Somebody is talking about something. But now it is your own story because you have lived it, you have experienced it. And so what we do at the museum to ensure that we let the crafts from the olden days, you know, have a continuity, which is what is called sustainability. Because when we're talking about sustainability, we're talking about letting the future generation enjoy and also participate in what others in the past have participated in or what they have used. And so we realize that there's this deficit in the sense that the generations present are not experiencing what we have experienced. And so what we are doing at the museum and what we always do and what we always partner with other people to do is to bring back all of these experiences and make sure that the present generation know about it and are willing to also preserve it so that it can be in the future. There's one presently that we were working on recently. When I was growing up, anywhere, any corner you go to, there's a particular plant that grows all around us. And you see it almost everywhere, on the grass, around us, and it is always on its stubborn grass. Yeah, Dorcas, maybe you have to pause that and go and get me that seed. So that I'm sure if I show you that seed here, many of us have never seen that seed before, or you have seen it and you can remember it from those days. But lately, you have not seen it. Why? Because it is no longer around us here in the southwest. But when I was growing up, this particular seed grows everywhere around us. And we, children, nobody stops us. We just go there, we pluck, we string. It is a natural bead that nothing can happen to it once you harvest it and it dries properly. But what do we have now? That seed is no longer in existence. And recently, I remember that seed, and I was looking for it, and I couldn't find it. And I remembered it from my memory. But luckily for me, last year, I went to Kano. I was in a taxi, and I was looking around. I was trying to take a video of my surrounding, and I sighted that seed. From my memory, the last time I saw that seed was when I was 10 years old. But I saw that seed in a shop. I jumped down from the taxi. I screamed, I was like, stop. And the mother was like, what? I said, and I purchased every single strand that I saw in that shop. And I brought it back to Ibadan. And guess what? Everywhere I wear that particular seed to, people remember it from those days, but they can't find it anywhere around them.
Did you replant it?
I'm trying to. That's exactly why I brought it. Now, look at the seed. Please let me take that seed round. Did you remember this seed? Please take it round. It is a natural seed. It's called Moses beads. It grows at our backyards. If you go to your churches, you go to your communities, you see this seed growing. It is not man-made. It is a natural seed. No painted, nothing. You don't have to paint. Please let me show it round. Now, these are the kind of stories we're talking about. So if a child sees this, identifies it, and last month we had a conference in IITA, and they brought students from Olashore in Osun State. When I showed the children this seed, out of 35 students that came, only one identified the seed. And he said, it grows at my backyard. We used to play with it. And I said, where did you come from? And he said, Kaduna. And I said, yes, I got this from Kano. It means that they preserved it in Kano, but here in Southwest, we have cut everything down. We are trying to grow it back. And so what we do at the museum is to showcase plants, animals, and humans living together without generating waste, so that the waste of one can become food for the other. And these are part of plants, waste from plants. that we know when we were growing up, and it's no longer in existence. So we are trying to bring back experiences like this and let the children also experience it so that they can now be the custodian to preserve it for the future generation. If children know the seed and they can identify it now, if they go anywhere and they see it, the way they will interact with it will be different. They will go, they will check it, they will look for it themselves, because now they know the, what do they call it, endangered, identity of it. So when they see, because now what the missing gap is education. If people know, if you know better, you will do better. If when we were young, we were exposed to cultural, art. If when I was young, I was privileged to grow up and become an artist. I used to tell people, I said, I'm an accidental artist. I didn't do art in school. I didn't do art in the university until I gave birth to all my children and I was home. That was when I discovered art. But many people are not that lucky. They may never find that creative aspect of themselves, and they may be lost forever. And so these are the kind of heritage that we need to showcase to our children. If you are privileged when you were growing up to have your parents showing you all this art and craft from ages, please don't demonize it. Don't say it is demonic. Don't say, oh, it's not nice, it's not called. No. Try and expose your children to such too, so that they can also be the custodian and also take it back to their own children. Thank you.
It's almost becoming that. That's how they have the habit of always speaking last. Thank you very much. And honestly, I couldn't agree with the rest of our panelists more on the issue of experience. However, there's no way you talk about continuity without documentation. Because the challenge that we have is that the society is evolving. And the way that we learn, the way that we pass information down is also evolving. So for example, I've not bought a newspaper I bought one last week because there was a particular information that I needed. It was a government publication and I needed to have an additional copy. But apart from that, apart from for work, I do not buy newspapers. But I am almost as updated on the news as everybody else, because the culture of receiving information, important information, has shifted from printed media to social media. So for example, also speaking on continuity, the culture of education has shifted from things that we learned from our grandparents to things that we watch online. So there's no way that we'll talk about continuity without documenting these processes. And these processes, they are as unique as they come. I was talking about champagne earlier. One of the things that champagne is made from grapes, just like almost every other wine. But one of the things that makes it unique is because of the processes that it goes through before it is made. So what are we doing to protect our own processes? And that's where, again, I have to segue into law because that's my area of expertise. That's where you have to patent things. You have to patent processes. This is how we do things here. There's a way that the people in Ijebu, the people in Ogun State, let me not use Ijebu as a typical example. There's a way that they do the adire that is different from the way the people in the north do it. I know this because I've seen both of them. There's a process behind it that must be protected. The second thing after documentation is what everybody has talked about, is awareness. If the information is not out there, people are not talking about it, there's no way that we would be able to pass down these skills. And the third one, which I think is the most important, particularly for our generation, is monetization. We need to get, and this is where maybe I will speak a little harshly, we need to come to the reality that young people are not interested in whatever is not putting money in their pockets. Their goals and their aspirations, because of how they have been trained, are different from us. Our values are different. So for example, for some of the panelists sitting here, I imagine for someone like Madam, who is the curator of this museum, her values are cultural heritage. I want to make sure that my children and my great-grandchildren, I want them to value, because when she was taking us through the tour, I could sense the passion, I could sense the drive. But for a young person that comes here, he's just coming here to, in quote, catch cruise. He wants to have fun. He wants to enjoy himself. And one of the means or the key factors for doing that is money. So if we monetize some of these items, let them know that there is a value behind it beyond the intrinsic pride that is there. So, I mean, you talk about Nigerian exports. A key factor of exports in Nigeria is our cultural heritage, our arts and crafts. That's one thing that we have that nobody else has. But if you are doing the same thing, and that's what is happening with Afrobeat. Afrobeat has not put music in Nigeria on the map the way it has in the last 5-6 years until we adopted and owned Afrobeat. We owned it so much we fought the South Africans about it. It's Afrobeat that got us our Grammy. It's Afrobeat that put us into the biggest arena. When the people before now, they were doing music and trying to copy the R&B of the times before, they can't be the best at another person's game. But when our Afrobeat we owned it and monetized it and started singing and took it away from the mindset that they had before, that okay, it's for people that are not educated, it's for people that are not smart. Afrobeat in its real origin. Today, I'm sorry that I'm taking so much time, but it's something I'm passionate about. Today, before we started the show, the program, they were playing Fela's music. And many people don't know that the Afrobeat, the original double kick, the boom, 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 it's called the double kick. It's something unique to Afrobeat. Every other kind reggae you hear do, but that do that comes after Afro is something unique to us, and it's something that is protected. So it's not enough for us to do awareness. It's not enough for us to document. We must monetize. And the first way, that's what the keynote speaker said today, which for me is the biggest takeaway. The first way you monetize is you must buy it by yourselves. If we don't buy our own stuff, if you don't buy and use it, and be proud of it, the first thing, put your money behind it. Then if I'm not going to buy what is mine, why should somebody else? Why should they buy it? And if they are not buying it, there's no money. If there's no money, continuity dies. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't want to speak last next time.
Switch. All right, so I have one last question, and I guess that question is tied into everything we've talked about in terms of education, creating awareness, sensitization, and that's about art and tourism in the aspect that briefly please, what is the significance of art in increasing tourism locally and internationally? And, in terms of creating awareness, because ignorance is, it's a terrible thing that happens. So I wouldn't say the intellectual perspective, but even on the grassroots level, where we continue to educate people, how do we go about that? And then, ties it back into generating funds or money, revenue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I don't think there's been any panel here that's not talked about tourism one way or the other. And we have said, I think for me, that's one of the first things I enjoyed, because they define tourism as simply as that tourism is moving from one place
to another.
That's just it. Now, how do you do art and craft tourism? It's the same thing that everybody has been telling. We must own our own stories. We must own our own stories. We must tell our stories, and we must tell them powerfully. We must tell them unashamedly. We must tell them with all the mystery behind it. I was having a conversation with a few friends the other day, and I asked them, what is the difference? They are Marvel fans. And I asked them, what's the difference between Shango and Thor? Thor, the Norse god, Thor, the superstar. As far as the hammer, everything that represents Thor is the same thing. If you look at the panegyric of Shango, concerning how he speaks, the same actor, the same way he speaks, even the strength of Thor is the same thing with our Shango. How with the fire, with the thunder, everything. We had a show, a demonstration of Shango here the other day, and I was just thinking about it and you can think of so many other gods. You want to talk about water and storm in X-Men, and you think of Oya. The problem is that they have told these same stories, and they have decided to tell them in an interesting way, much different from the way we are telling our stories. So apart from the fact that, we have to own these stories, that's just it. We have to own these stories. We have to tell them in a way. I told you, the other day I was making a contribution on the first day, and I was saying the difference between Egungun and Santa Claus, because both of them are wearing costumes. But certain people have made us believe that Santa Claus is a bearer of good news, and it comes with happy. But if you think about it, Santa brings judgment just the same way Ololu will bring judgment, because Santa has a naughty list and he has a nice list. It is only if you are on the nice list that you get something nice. The same thing with our Egungun. If you are a bad person and you don't obey the rules of Egungun festival, you will get. I've never been beaten before. Never. Because once I see there from afar, I fight by roots. It's the same thing. It's the same story. but we are not owning it and we are not telling it. And if we want people to come and see what we are doing, then we must tell them about what we are doing. We must tell them in a way that they are interested and they are excited to be part of it. And some of those things is by drawing all these parallels. We have talked about Oya, we have talked about Shango. I can tell you so many other of our own mythical beings here and how they relate or how they have been portrayed in foreign media. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Once again, I'm going to look at it from the perspective of the museum. First thing I'd like to say is that when we are doing guided tours, we try to tell stories, just like what he's saying. You weave a story around the particular object. It's not just enough to say, oh, this is not object, this is gotten from a miner discovered it, it was from 500 BC. No. You need to weave a story around it to make it interesting, so that that person will be able to come back or will go home and say, oh, this is what I saw in the museum today, and I would like you to come and see it. You know, so the first thing is that we do guided tour and we put a story, we weave a story around every object to make it interesting for the public so that they will be able to come back. The second thing that we also do is that we do exhibitions that has to do with trending things that are happening in the society. And we try to link it to the past so that they will be able to know that these things have happened before. There is nothing that is happening that is new. So this is one of the things we also do here in the museum. We try to link it, to the past to let you know that these things have been in existence well before now, but this is how it used to be. Now let's take, for instance, what the deities. Let me take Eshu, for instance. Eshu now is different from Eshu in the Bible. Eshu is different from Satan. Eshu in the Bible is Satan. While Eshu here in Yoruba is a deity that is being worshipped, that people believe that it gives them wealth. So if we want to tell these stories now, there are so many things that we need to tell the students or whoever is listening to us or who we want to pass the message across to, that this Eshu is different from this particular one that you know as a Christian. But this one has blessings attached because it blesses his own worshippers, people that worship it, it blesses them. So many other things like that that we also do to make sure that we do not, confuse, because our own is to enlighten people. We enlighten, we create awareness, we let them know that there's a difference between what you call culture and what you call demonic. You understand? So that they will be enlightened, because a lot of people need to be enlightened about these things. Thank you.
So what I think is important, what we do in our gallery in Jericho is we give a platform to young people, young artists, or not even young artists, but new artists, to showcase their work to little to no cost. There are galleries in Lagos, they're asking 75%. So if you sell a painting as an artist, or the gallery sells it for you, you lose 75% of that money that goes direct to the gallery, which means that art becomes unaffordable, because if you want to have any leftover as an artist, then you have to increase your prices. Which also means that young and starting artists have hardly any place to do to show their work. They don't have any fighting chance. If you have a name as an artist, then a gallery will happily take your work in and sell it and take 75%. So on one hand, we give a platform for young artists to showcase their work. On the other side, we are making our furniture with a lot of traditional, all local materials, local people producing it, but also a lot of art and craft in there. Wood carving, painting, bamboo works, all those things we do, and it's a new piece of furniture. It's a modern piece of art, but it always comes down to what can we do, and what is our heritage in what crafts do we have here. These things we do, people are very interested in art in Nigeria, especially young people. I really see that there's a lot of people actually traveling. We have in Ibadan probably at least 10 art galleries, and everybody is getting traffic. People in Ibadan are traveling to all these places. It can be better structured, and it should be better communicated that we are there. And this is one of the things that we as a NASA, me and my business partner Sean, really stand for and try to make happen. Tourism, and which is the traveling of people, will come. As soon as we advertise it or market it well, and we monetize it as well. Listen, we can't do anything nowadays without making money. As well for the artists, as the galleries, as the whoever is involved, the money needs to be made. But people are willing to spend money on a nice experience. So I don't think it doesn't bite each other, right? Well, that's it actually.
Okay, let me just quickly brief this aspect that we have not mentioned that is also part of art and craft, because when we are talking about our heritage, we are talking about everything that defines us. And one aspect that we have not really been able to explore in Ekaabo 2.0 that we are hoping and we are believing God with Toyin that we will really explore into 3.0 is the herbal aspect of art and craft. Because that is actually a major heritage that we are overlooking, and that is very important that we have to carry our children and our future, children along, because that has to do with life. That has to do with our wellness. Now, the way and the structure that God has created us is that whatever we need for health and wellness for yourself is actually growing around you. Now, you don't expect God to create you in Ibadan, and then you will be sick, and you will now have to travel to India or to Lebanon to go and get the plant that will heal you. The structure of the universe is that the species of wherever you are, the plants and everything that you need for your health and wellness is growing around us. And these are the heritage and the culture that some were privileged for their fathers to have handed over to them. Whereas so many other people did not listen or were not interested because it was termed Ogun or Babalawo or is not needed. Whereas these are simple plants and things around. I was discussing with my sister that is right there that came for herbal, that came with a lot of spices. And she had to leave Nigeria when she was sick to go to India to go and learn how she can heal herself with the plants that she has ignored that were growing around her backyard. And now, after being healed, she has a business. And that's what I do too. And that is also one major aspect that we showcase at the Waste Museum. Because humans cannot do without plants. And plants and animals have been created for the use of man. We are supposed to dominate and use them for our health and wellness. And this is also one aspect that we have to talk about. And it has to do with the narrative that our lawyer here is talking about. We have a lot of herbs that works for a lot of things that even the orthodox medicine cannot solve. But because there's no proper documentation, there's no proper narratives, some people are honing their own story more than us and then demonizing what we have. And so there was something that happened yesterday that I remembered. There was a big man in medicine that came yesterday, and when we all left here, we had an exhibition to the stand, and he told everybody there point blank. He said, I'm only prescribing and giving out medicine. I don't take orthodox medicine. Oh yeah. I was not alone. We had like almost 7 people that were there. You were there. He said, I don't take orthodox medicine because there is danger and death in every drug that you take and you buy in this. He said it to everybody there. He said, I take my medicine from my kitchen, from my home. That's what my wife gives to me. Anytime I'm feeling sick, she knows what to go to the kitchen to prepare for me. And she said, up till today, none of my children have ever been on emergency in the hospital. Why? Because prevention is always better than cure in herbal medicine. If you don't put all these herbs that God has created around your backyard into your system, when you need it, you cannot call it. It's not an emergency. It will not answer you. But if you know them, and you learn them, and you put them into your food, you put them into your drink, and you turn your food into medicine, then you will not have any emergency. And that was what he was telling us. And guess what? He bought a lot of things for me yesterday. Why? Because he learned that I was making the herbs from the vegetables and the plants in my garden. And I remember when we went to Degree World, she was even challenging you guys. She said, go to Jamaica, go and learn how she's doing it. We don't want made in China product. He told you. When he got to, and they had better packaging, he said, no. He said, I'm not getting any of the product. It's from China. No, I want to promote made in Nigeria. Because we have so many things, so many herbs in Nigeria, in our state, that we can also give good narratives to. And that we can also give intellectual properties to. Because the people, some people that we know, they are painting their own as if it is the best. But now, it's beginning to open that many of the things that they could not do, herbals are doing it. And that is why we need to change our narratives and make sure that we put intellectual property to these things and we own it and we are proud of it and we are using it. Because if you are not using it, you can't tell your story. I was telling somebody about our herbal balm, and I said, I've been making this thing. People have been coming to buy it, but I've never used it because I usually don't fall sick. I said, but guess what? I had whitlow, and it was paining me. It was very painful. Then I had the opportunity to use it, and overnight, the whitlow pain disappeared. I said, now I have experienced it. I can tell it differently. If I'm saying, come and buy it, and they say, have you used it? I can't say I've used it because I did not fall sick. But because I have used it, I started selling more. And that is what we need to learn to do. We need to learn to tell our stories. We need to learn to tell it right. And we need to learn to put intellectual property so that we can own it. And then that is when the global world can begin to recognize us. And that is when it can become attractive to our so-called Gen Z that loves money. Because anything that cannot give them money, they don't want to hear about it. But now that I can tell you how you can use just last week, my sister is there, I had to do an announcement on our group that 2025, I'm looking for people that are growing plants at their backyard and are willing to sell to us without chemical. Because we don't want to use the one with chemical anymore. And that is a source of income. And they are beginning to call, they are beginning to put interest. It means that in 2025, I don't have to look around. Every family can grow their own excess and give it to me to do my own production. And it's a win-win. You earn money, so we are beginning to learn how to monetize it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to round off this session, and I'd like to thank everybody here. Jumoke Oluwowes, Mr. Holst, Mrs. Otuka, and Mr. Obasa. Thank you all very much for your contribution. One thing I'd like to take away from this discussion panel is demystification. I think when our culture or our cultural heritage in this modern time is demystified, then we're not afraid of our past or who we really are, and we do not think others are superior or better to us. So that being said, it also comes into education, where stories of the past or who we are as a person or as a people can be transmitted to the younger generation in a different way, in a modernized way, and we can have an intellectual protection of who we are. I'll cite a short example. So in the Republic of Benin, they have Voodoo celebration. It is massive. People come from all over the world. We have something similar here, the Oshun Festival. But somebody I know came across a T-shirt, which is like a mask, you know, modernized. And at the back of the T-shirt is Oriki. And the people or the organization who, you know, bought off so many T-shirts from this person is the French Cultural Center there. Like, he had the solo distribution for this T-shirt. Why? He was promoting something African, something that is us, and he had made a trademark or a copyright of the whole thing. So that being said, another point I'd like to think about is using our adages. In fact, all our adages I learned come from the holy corpus, holy sacred corpus of the Yoruba people, right? So the things that we say generally on a daily basis, you know, they have some sacred texts that back them up and stories to back them up. But because we do not look into these things and we think that they're evil or something like that, however, if we can everybody says these things, we all say it, Aja Bugbaje, for example. If we can convert these things into comics, into manga, anime, short films that will interest people, I think that way we are also promoting our culture, our customs, our art, and you know who we are in our heritage in the modern space. Thank you.
All right. All right. Yeah. So, okay. The conveyor, please. Let's have you here. Can you please come down? Please, can you give me Bele? Give me Bele. Give this voice Bele. Let it go up. So please, ladies and gentlemen, she has a presentation. Please, Mr. Holtz, please stay back. We need to take photographs. Please come. Okay.
So we have from the Waste Museum, we have a presentation to make to our hosts, to the two mighty women that made this beautiful Ekaabo event a reality. Please, can we come together? I want everybody to be in it.
All right, please. Let's step forward.
So this is from the Waste Museum, and just like what we do, there's a question we always ask ourselves at the Waste Museum, and that question is, what waste material is available that we can use instead of buying something new? So earlier this year, we came up with a new invention called trap. Coined from two words, trash and wrap. And we use a particular waste that we could not use for a long time, and that is waste from wrappers. Your nylon wrappers, every product you buy in the market is from nylon, is inside nylon, and there's nobody collecting it. So it's one of the major pollution that goes into our ocean so fast. So we started using it since January, and now it's almost becoming like endangered species. We keep looking for it. And so we've created these two images for our two mighty ladies, the curator of the National Museum of Unity and Auntie Toyin Adegbeson. Please let me hold the microphone while I unveil. Are you ready? Are you ready to see it? The first person to read it, what is there? Ready? Ta-da!
I Ekaabo now. I'm the first person. Where's the gift?
So, this is for Auntie Toyin, and this is for our National Museum curator.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please, let's have pictures. Let's have pictures. Please, oh, you have a question. Okay. All right. Please, let's have your question quickly. Please hold.
All right. Good afternoon once again. So I'll be listening to the conversation, and it's a very interesting one. My name is David Adejuma. I'm a researcher, and I focus on history, culture, and heritage. That's my focus on my research. So I was just listening to him. I was trying to figure out the intersection between the global culture and our local culture. And that's number one. Then number two, how do we promote a culture that we don't value in this part of the world? When we don't value our culture nowadays, and our culture is gradually maybe eradicating under the influence of the global culture. So there's a global culture right now where people do things in a global way, in an international way. Everyone wants to dress in a Western way, in an acceptable way. So how do we promote the culture that we don't value? I need these opinions for my own personal research. Thank you.
All right, so who wants to answer?
I think it's starting from awareness and, knowing who we are, about identity. Many of us, many people, are not proud of who they are and their identity. And so there's a clash of identity. And so if you're not proud of your identity, you cannot promote it. So I think it begins with that, everybody going back to their origin, everybody going back to their root and trying to learn about who they are and being proud of who you are. If you are proud of who you are, then you want to showcase it. I can't imagine me being invited to anywhere now, and the first thing that would come to my mind if I'm thinking of what to wear is what traditional, attire do I have, so that when I get there, I don't have to introduce myself. If I go to, if they say, oh, there's a meeting and there's different nationalities, I don't want to be introducing myself. I'm saying, oh, are you from Ghana or you're from, no. As I'm pushing your, you know, why? Because I'm proud of who I am and I want to showcase who I am. And the same thing goes with our products. There's no place, there's no event I go to that I don't use my... I remember when we got a call from the US consulate in Nigeria that the American ambassador is coming to the Waste Museum to visit us. Guess what? Do you know what I wore? I wore a styrofoam on my hair. You were there. Big fuke. Nila otobibai. I painted it and I used it as an headpiece from waste. Why? I'm proud of the waste that I'm able to seize. And so it's all about identity. It's all about being proud of who you are. If you are proud of who you are, then you want, if you are a son to Seyi Makinde and you are proud of Seyi Makinde, anywhere you go to, you want to say, Seyi Makinde is my father. But if your father is a thief or an armed robber or somebody that people don't like, you don't want to talk about it. If they said, your name is so, are you related to? You say, no, let's forget about that one. Why? Because you're not proud of it. So it all has to do with the stories and the narratives that we believe about our identity. When we know who we are, we'll be proud of who we are, and nobody can stop us from showcasing who we are.
All right. Okay.
Okay. I would like to add 1 or 2 points also. The first thing you do is you create you create awareness. Do festivals like Osho Festival, Arugugu Festival. Do festivals that has to do events that has to do with festivals, dance, our food, anything to showcase our culture. The second thing is that this social media thing that all of us are just hold this phone, it can play a major role. Go to put a lot of our dance there, our music there, all our artifacts. Like that's exactly what I'm doing here. I found out a lot of people do not know about the Unity Museum. So I decided to, give my page, my Facebook page, what we do here every day. I make sure I put 2 or 3 posts there about the museum. Whether you like it or not, you will look at it. If I don't go to, once immediately I post to my Facebook, it goes straight to my Instagram, it goes to my thread. So I make sure that whether you like it or not, you must know Unity Museum because it's a place to be, and she's in my space. So everybody must know about it. So you need to be persistent about what you know, what you are passionate about. I'm very passionate about it, about this place. And I do not take it for granted that because I work here. I know what it is. And I know that once this thing goes into a station, a people is lost. A whole generation is lost because we don't have a history. And those days, we have no form of documentation. So this is our own way of documenting events that have also taken place. Another thing you have to do is you listen to the old people. A lot of people do not sit with their grandparents again. They do not visit their villages. Go and listen to them. They have a lot of stories to tell you. What they are telling you is something that you will need to pass on to your children's children. Thank you very much. God bless you.
I'll just say mine in 2 minutes. First and foremost, there is no such thing as global culture. It is the culture of a particular way of life or a particular people being imposed on the other people. There's no such thing as a universal culture. When we were in school, the definition of culture is the way of life of a people. There are so many different people groups in the world. So there's no such thing as global culture. It is just the prevalent one today. And it's always going to change with times. So that's the challenge I'm throwing at you. Don't assume that because something is popular and because everybody is going that way now, that represents the position of the entire world. Just wait. I just gave you a typical example. I was looking at if you look at the mainstream artists now and look at how many of them have not done something Afrobeat related or with an Afrobeat artist. Because suddenly the whole world is gravitating towards that. I was watching a video on Instagram, a husband and a wife, white people were singing Ashake in their car and driving and doing a video for themselves. When was the last time that you saw them sing Chris Brown and do stuff like that? Even Chris Brown himself has collaborated with 4 Afrobeat. He has 1 Afrobeat producer on his album. So it's not a global culture. It's just that, yes, there's a culture that is prevalent now. I just give an example. Afrobeat is on the rise. Maybe in another 10 years, 20 years, there will be no such thing as Afrobeat because another thing has come up. So please don't assume that because something is prevalent or because something is popular, it represents the culture of the whole world.
All right, Mr. Holt, you have something to say?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that if I see the artists, the young artists in our gallery, the paintings they make are highly influenced by African heritage and art and techniques. So I think it's an upcoming, it's a trend coming up. On the other hand, I speak with a lot of young people during our movie nights and whatever. More than half of them think it's better to be in another country than Nigeria. And with that, they like to adopt that culture of the other. If they rather be in the US, they will walk in a polo shirt or something instead of traditional wear, attire. So things are changing, but it will take some time, and a lot of these events and things. But I think that the core is that not so much being proud, but being happy where you are, and put effort in. I literally know like 6 people who are saving money to go abroad, never to come back. These are young people, and that's what they want to do. They shouldn't. They should stay here and put their effort in the culture here. Anyway, that's my point.
All right, thank you. A round of applause for them. Thank you. They've done a good job. Thank you so much, Madam Oluwo West, Mr. Holtz, our curator. Thank you so much. Barrister, thank you so much. And Madam, thank you so much. Your name again? Okay, Tona Moyet, thank you so much for coming. And for all of you that have been around, thank you so much. Thank you. We'll be taking a vote of thanks from the conveyor right now. But please, I want you all to understand that we have bonfire here at the Woodland. That's the Woodland. There's a project coming up, so we are going to be having fun. We've been serious for 3 days. We're going to be having fun. So I love what Mr. Holt said. He said something. Do you know at times when I discovered how many pair of jeans I get angry at myself. I have well over 40 pairs of jeans. Denim. Over 40 pairs. Kini mo fi n ṣe? Something I wear and I feel it around my central, my CBN. You understand? So I think it's good. It's good if we do that. So there is bonfire. We are going to be here by 6:37. We are starting bonfire and we'll be having fun. It is the jamboree part of it. So it's happening at the Woodland and we'll be having fun. So don't forget, for those of you that were not here yesterday, Ekaabo season 3.0 is work in progress already. Yes. It's museum. What's in Jazzy? No, it has become a tussle. So that's one thing you need to understand. You need to start something. Some people are waiting for you. They don't have the courage to start it, but they have the ability to move with it. So they wait for you to start. And when you start, they come in. You need to understand that very well. So now, Curator is saying it is here because Curator heard what somebody said yesterday. So we know we're now sitting around the table, and what the person said, that happens to be the chairman of Kakanfo Inn, that from A to Z, Ekaabo, next year, he is taking it up. So now, let us take the curator to the government. Yes, then we'll make this bigger. You understand? See, either you like it or not. See, your success story is not good if you don't have something to give to people. I tell people that thing a lot. I don't want to have money that people will begin to say, when I come, you have problem of small things. I want to be able to sort it. So please, we are going to, all these heritages, they will look better if there is enough funds to push them. Look at Red Dragon in China. They don't joke with it. Chinese will travel back home to go and do that thing. And do you know how much those things cost? Just something that will look like one that wants to bite you. But these ones are things that we know. And please, Christians that are here, Muslims that are here, let us stop bastardizing our heritage. Kauri is not for Babalawo. No. There are some things that a man makes his hair. They will not say, family Shango near. Yes, I am an African man. Shango was known with us. You understand? So we need to embrace it. Either you like it or not. God will create us. Now he create those deity. You know, sorry man, I had an experience. Somebody said, Tokpa Fade, you know him. He has a friend.
that is from Ekiti. He said these Baptist people came to preach for Mama. He said, Mama, if I am for Jesus, Mama said, he allowed all the pastors preach. That Mama, anything traditional they are doing in the entire Ekiti state, if she doesn't pray, like Sure, make prayer, they don't do it. If anything goes wrong spiritually, they contact her in Ibadan. As a matter of fact, there was a calabash that was missing in Osun Osogbo. The Mama told them in Ibadan, Elosinu, go buy, Eshe to buy, you will find the calabash there. So when this woman finished, he looked at the pastors. He said, Yo, Onikimi Bajesu, Yo, Mebo. You know all these small ado? The woman picked like 2. He said, Jikimi don wolara eh. Tio bati sise, mag Bajesu yen. At that point in time, all these people left. I am not saying what she believed in is stronger than God. No. I believe there is a superior being. I don't know how it looks like. But this culture that I know, I will carry it anywhere I'm going. So let's take that home, and before you know it, as you embrace it, people will embrace you and whatever story you are telling. So now, I'd like to say a very big thank you to the entire team and planner of Ekaabo Tradeshow. It's a privilege to be. This tells me that I am doing something good with my brand. For people to reach out to you and say, please, we will want you to be around. It shows that you are doing something. So please, let's keep doing something. I'm sure by next year, it is not going to be 3 days next year. It's going to be 5 days. So you are going to see my face for the next edition, and I'm sure it will be a different experience. God bless you. For those of you that like social media, on Instagram at It's 13th Disciple, ITS. 13THDISEIPLE. On Twitter, X, that's 13th Disciple, DATI3, just put it like that, and we'll communicate there. Thank you so much, the entire crew. To all our sponsors, I'd like to run through you people first before I allow Madam. My job is not complete if I don't do that. We'd like to say a very big thank you to Showmax. Showmax, thank you for coming around. We'd also like to say a big thank you to Greenwald. Thank you so much. You can go there and do your test too. It is just 2,000 naira. So let's do that. We'd also like to say a very big thank you to all the keynote speakers that have been here. Thank you. We really, really appreciate you. National Museum, thank you so much. Pelican, legal practitioner, thank you. Who else? Clean and Classy, thank you so much. Kentura Perfume, thank you so much. Waste Museum, thank you so much. We love you. Next year, when you are coming, bring more money. Then agro-tourism, okay. Everybody, thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, you know, this event wouldn't have been possible without the team, you know, working behind. It's not easy, you know, organizing an event for 3 days, loaded with a lot of, you know, panel sessions, you know, different aspects of tourism. It's been amazing, and I really want to say thank you so, so much. All the team, the media, everybody, thank you. And of course, I want you to appreciate this wonderful woman for me. That's Mrs. Pamela Otuka. You know, she's amazing. She's amazing. And I understand when she said he has to be here again next year. I understand, because we are on a journey together. We're on a journey together. And we would continue this journey until the whole world see. You know, sometimes, I don't know how to say this. But people can't understand. That's the simple truth. So she's not just a curator, you know, to me. She's a sister. She's a friend. And if I'm saying friend, she is a friend. And I know that whatever she's doing for me now, she knows I would also do it for her. And that's the simple truth. And we have things that we are still cooking. You know, so next year, watch out, watch out, watch out. Ekaabo 2025 is going to be mind-blowing, is going to be amazing. And this woman beside me is going to be on top of it, you know, and that's the simple truth. And she said, by God's grace, yes, because God will give us the grace. But I also want to appreciate Mr. Alakija. You know, when I met him, I didn't see his name on the card. Then when I got him, I was like, Alakijake, how? So we will still talk about that. You know, he has been here since the very first day. He's not on the panel session and all that, but he waited all through. Please appreciate him for me. And I'm sure we have a whole lot to do. We have a whole lot to do. So in 2025, I would say that I'm announcing that he has joined the movement. Ekaabo is a movement. It is a movement. And you know, it's going to happen. So Pelican Crest, you know, it's a law firm that has decided not to be regular and begin to diversify. And they have also joined the movement. You know, for this event, they also created their own flyer, you know, out of it. And, you know, a whole lot will begin to happen. You know, clean and classy. You know, these are brands that has been able to see what is possible to happen with Ekaabo. There's no way I would not thank the museum management, not just the curator. I won't do justice if that is just what I want to do. Part of the planners, part of the team are also the museum staff. Not all of them are here now, but the museum staff. What we are seeing here. And we are going places. I mean, there are things we really, really want to do. So thank you all so much for the support. It's like I'm home. As a matter of fact, I am home, and that's the simple truth. So we thank everybody, you know, being here, for being part of this. We thank you all. We cannot mention, you know, everybody, but we just want to say thank you. And there's another person that I want you all to thank me. That's the brain behind everything that we are doing. He's just somebody that just like, you won't see him. He's like a ghost. Yeah. But he's here. He's everywhere. But you will not see him. You won't see him on this stage. But everything that you are seeing, as you are seeing me, like I'm the face, that's the engine. And that's the simple truth. And I just want you all to just appreciate, because I wouldn't have gone this far if, you know, if not for him. Not just him, his family. I've never seen such a wonderful family. You know, his mom is my mom. You really cannot understand. I mean, we gist like, I'm using the word gist, you know, for my mother-in-law. You know, yesterday when I got home, she called, she said, I watched everything. Even when she told Koja, you mean that means flies? That she was watching everything. I mean, they are amazing people, and I just want to say thank you. Because if your husband is supporting, but the family are not supporting, it can be difficult. But they support all the way. And I thank God for putting me in such a family. And that's the simple truth. So, my husband, thank you. Adekunle Odugbeson. I know you don't like to be on here, but yes, I'm mentioning, that's your name. Adekunle Samuel Odugbeson. Thank you, thank you. So, you won't see him, I said that, but he's here. He's here, but you won't see him. And that's who he is. I'm sure. And of course, my team. Thank you. Because even me, sometimes I pity you, you know, with all these arrangements and all that. The members, thank you so much. My friends, Ronke, thank you. Daddy Alex, thank you so much, thank you. You know, it's also good to have people that are praying for you, because all these things are not easy. I'm telling you, they're not easy to do. But thank you all.
Thank you. I want to thank Peluawo Feso, wonderful friend. He came all the way from Lagos. He shared it. Thank you. Thank you. So please, if I don't mention your name, it's not intentional. It's not, please, because I can't remember everybody. And it's not been easy the past 3 days and all that. Thank you, all the panelists. Atunlawo, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So 2025, Ekaabo is a movement. We're on the move. We are not stopping. Thank you so much, Ekaabo. So to wrap up this, I want to call somebody. His name is Mr. Adeolu. It's so good and you understand why. And I said it has to be here because, of course, his main session is the bonfire experience where we are sharing about stories. But I told him, I said, I just wanted to share a bit of Ibadan story. The day I heard him speak, it was quite interesting to me. And I felt we have to do that. If we're doing a Ekaabo, if we're talking about Ibadan, it needs to come. So when it comes, I'm not coming back. I know 13 will come back, but I am not coming back. But thank you. I'm looking forward to seeing you all next year. Thank you so much.
All right, please, a round of applause for them. Thank you for coming around. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And please, the Adulawo people, come, Yusuf, come. Come. After Uncle Deolu, you do your thing. You need to tell people what you do. But go and come. Come quickly.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, everybody. It's nice coming around here for this Ekaabo. And where we sat over there, we were jokingly telling them that when they say Ekaabo, how do you respond? Because I had a lot of people say, when they say Ekaabo, everybody say, ooh. And I said, no, that is not Yoruba. O is not Yoruba. And we need to correct it. Yorubas will tell you, ẹni tí ó sọ ẹ kú ilé ó pàdánù Ekaabo, because there is always call and response. So somebody said ẹ kú ilé o, and the person at the other end says Ekaabo. So when they say Ekaabo, it is not O, it must be Ekule. This is the town of the 7 hills, like all of you knows. And it's the town of the how many bottom? You don't know. It's not as many as possible. Right. This is the town of many bottoms. And the town of 7 hills. All right. Ìdí Arẹ́rẹ́, Ìdí Òsè, Ìdí Ìgbá, Ìdí Ìkan, Ìdí Ìtó, Ìdí Ìṣin, very close here. Ìdí Ìṣin, Ìdí Àpẹ́, Ìdí Arẹ́rẹ́, Ìdí Ọ̀sẹ̀, Ìdí Ọ̀dàn, Ìdí Ọ̀dán, Ìdí Ọ̀dán, okay. Ìdí Ọ̀dán, Ìdí Ọmọ, Ìdí Ọ̀pẹ, Ìdí Ọ̀pẹ, ìyún náà wà, ìyún wà, Ìdí Àpẹ́, Ìdí Ìtó. Ìdí Ìtó yẹn ni tí mọ̀ o. Ìdí Ìtó is at Sango before you get to Ijokodo junction. Àwọn tó bá ṣe IT ní NURTW ló máa mọ gbogbo bí dẹ́ sọ. No, I will tell you some. If I mention somebody, one of your panelists that just stood up now, if I say Ìdí Ìtó, you will run back. All right, sir. So you should understand. So Ibadan, and to a lot of us, I heard when the curator was trying to push Ibadan forward. If I ask you, how many things do you know about Ibadan? I'm sure many of us don't know. We pay lip service to tell you that the town of many first things. And the many first things we are talking of, we are only restricted to what? Television. Cocoa House. University of Ibadan. Stadium. Good. Okay, go ahead. What else? IITA. Okay. I'm hearing you. What else? What is the first thing about Okemokpo? That's where the problem. We are looking at the economic value of how we can make it, but nobody understands that tourism in itself is money making. Money making beyond what they think it is. You cannot say the story of taxation in Africa without coming to Ibadan. We talk of Agbole Agbaje. Agbaje. How many of you know Agbaje? Nobody knows Agbaje here. But how many of you know Chief Salami Agbaje? That is where the problem lies. Now, as long as you're talking about taxation actually springed up within Ibadan context. Agbaje, Chief Salami Agbaje Layeye. And that's the grandfather for the late Alhaji Barrister. And that's why you always hear Barrister when he's talking. Ale mi omo Salami Layeye. Salami Agbaje. Go through the book of taxation. When you go through the books on taxation, they always refer to Salami Agbaje. His house was built by the same set of people that built Makbo, were the one that built his house. Now we also have another person in terms of that taxation, Adebisi Atidikan. Adebisi Atidikan was the one that told the tax masters they should count everybody and let him know their figure. He will pay their tax. They should stop disturbing them. That was where the white man began to understand the fact that actually these guys are rich. And the issue of tax was taken seriously. In the southwestern part of Nigeria, beyond the way it was handled in the north, it is not in the culture of the Hausas to pay tax. But right from the word go, the Yoruba, woman say, ni sanwo ibo ajele. We suddenly casually say some things. Ibadan lo mo Layipo. Who can tell me where Layipo is? Because Layipo is now popular. Ta lo mo Layipo? Mo Layipo. O sì ń gbé Ìbàdàn. A padà lé ọkọ Ìbàdàn wa. You don't know Bowers Tower. That's Layipo. You need to ask yourself, how did we arrive at calling Bowers Tower Layipo? That's why when people say it in those days, they tell me to a lot of things about Ibadan people. Wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe ẹni jàmbá ní tó bá ti di pé Ìbàdàn sọ fún ọ pé Ìbàdàn lọ́mọ
ọmọ Láìpò wọ́n ṣe ń yẹ fún ẹ làwọn kan máa ń rò. It is not so.
It's a lie.
It's a lie. It's not that. See,
it's Bowers Tower.
People feel like Laipo is when Ibadan person wants to cheat you. No. And I think Uncle Deolu, I think we need people to tell the true story about our culture and heritage as well.
And that's what I'm doing here.
Like some people say, Ogun ọmọdé lè ṣe Ogun ọdún. Níbi tí WhatsApp wà or Facebook, we can do. I think we just need to metamorphosize along.
So when you see Laipo, Bowers Tower, how did you come across Bowers Tower? Who is Bawa? Bawa was the Boajele that was overseeing the Yoruba, the Ibadan. Do I call it kingdom or colony then? He built that tower as a watchtower. So it's quite unfortunate that the way the state government have distorted the thing. There used to be a small cottage, one ancient, dilapidated, that was falling away cottage. That is his house. Now, the Bowers Tower you see, that's his tower, is a watchtower. No other person comes there. Everybody is afraid of Ebo. So, and you know the Ebos in those days, they like living in a serene environment. Let me ask you a question. Do you know where we call Kolomomo Sunkun Nlubadan? Do you know where they call that place in Ibadan? You don't know it? It is the American quarters. Near Gates. That's where the white resides. That there is a portion of in Gate that is just around the Apex Event Center. It is called Ormo Bodo Sokun, because when you know Yorubas, when we are going Yonkpe Fati, Yonkpe Fali, Yonkpe Sukura, Yonkpe Ọmọ rẹ Ramani, gbogbo wọn sunkún yẹn tán bá ti ń súnmọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà sọ ó palẹ̀ ọmọ rẹ mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ bó bá gbé ó lọ́nu. So nobody comes there to make noise. So the Ibadan people coin it Kolomomo Sunkun. Mbo lọ àgbà Kolomomo Sunkun kọjá ni ṣé o ti faṣọ mú wọ́n jẹ́ oṣù kún o. The same thing with Bauer's Tower. So Bauer comes to look at, and if you climb that place till now, I can guarantee you will see 3/4 of Ibadan as big as it is. That's where Bauer goes to sit and do sightseeing. He knows when they are coming to attack. So he sees them 10, 30 miles afar. So he prepares. And that's why they say Ogun Uja, Okobadan, Ogun Okowari, Badan, the question you should be asking them, how did they know Ogumbo? Why are they always preparing ahead to counter any of those things? At the Bauer's Tower, he sees, he knows when they are coming, 30 miles. So he makes his signal, and the British army go and fence it off. It's not the other way around that Ibadan fe shienka niye. Somebody ni Ibadan lo mo molayiko, they want fe da gbogbo eru. No. But you find a lot of people, and it will shock you when we're talking of the first private television. Do you know it's actually started in Ibadan? Who knows the place? You call it Galaxy now. We don't call it Galaxy, we call it Radio Fusion. In those days, Radio Fusion. We call it Radio Fusion. That's Galaxy. If you go to Galaxy radio station, you find that it's an ancient radio station, television station, not built by by this present technology, but by the original technology. If you enter that place, you find that there are about 5 studios or 4 studios in that facility. It's the first private television station in Nigeria, if not Africa, in Nigeria. So it tells you a lot of things that when we say Ibadan. Now, there used to be a man, how many of you did commerce? One of the most historical streets in the city of Ibadan is Okebola. Though that street is historical. Every house, before they are now being disposed and resold, is a story. Right from Wateko Junction. I can tell you so many. We don't call it Wateko Junction, we call it Independence Square. Now, behind the Wateko house is where we have the Craigs, the former Yinka Craigs, the late Yinka Craigs of NTA. That's where their family house is. If you come down and you leave that place, you have Awolowo. You have opposite Awolowo's house, we have King of Boys. After you move from King of Boys' house, you move down a little bit, Majekodo means. The Majekodo means we have Oshibodu. Oshibodu was the former major minister for commerce. That was where they started. So people on that route till you got to Oredein. How many of you know, I've heard of Oredein? Yeah. One of sponsoring robbery. Oh, thank you very much. He's a master strategist for campaign. He's a campaign strategist. But you know, our politics as it is, once you are not in my side, I look for one thing. But that, so you talk to you, we come to the house of, that's already in. And even within that Ogunpa axis, that is where you have the Mike Adenuga's mother's house. Still there till today. So Okeado from Okebola to Malete, if you, as somebody, there used to be a journal in those days that say who is who in Western region. If you are not in that area, you are nobody in the Western region. From there you branch to where we have the Bola Ige bus stop. That was where Bola Ige was living when he was the junior minister for Agric. And remember, Bola Ige was also one time the DG, Radio Nigeria here. Yeah. He was in Radio Nigeria. I was under the AG Action Group. I was in the 60s. His house, Bola Ige there. Then that's when you detour towards what do you call this place? Liberty. There is a new petrol station there. You stop at that place. Say my first Drum Junction, Bola Ige. Because his house is just it's stone throw to that side. That's Bola Ige's house. And the way those people structured it, it is structured for political meetings. They are easy to call on each other to hold meetings. And so when we were growing up, there are a lot of things that made Ibadan the first. And it is not only those things that people think it is. The first estate, you can tell me the first planned estate in Nigeria. Housing estate in Nigeria. No? Guess. That's why you are in Ibadan. No. It is Mokola. Mokola was a template. That Mokola was a template for anybody who wants to first test will planned town planning work in Africa. Mokola was the template. And built by the Western region, you find that was why we have Ago Takpa, Ago Lori, the Igbos. As you climb, each of those things is sectionalized to a particular tribe. The Takpa, the Ilori, the Igbos, Gbadibo. As you go up the hill till you get to the arts village, which is the cultural center. And the cultural center in those days used to have some arts where they used, maybe, I don't know if you can still remember this television opera called Jaguar. That was where they were acting it. It was scattered all around that place and they were acting Jaguar. So the NTV, channel 3, 4, 5, 7 and 11 will come and they will capture it. When it metamorphosized to NTA, it was NTA channel 3, 4, 5, 7 and 11, which was covering Ondo, Oyo, Ogun, Kwara and Edo states. But before NTV and NTV, then became NTA. And so that, and everything that has to do with theatrics is here in Ibadan. Uncle Jimmy Sholanke will come. We will go to NTA in those days. I was a very small boy, and we have the NTA Children's Club where we meet all of them. Jimmy Sholanke, Jaguar Nana, which is Afolabi, the late Jaguar. Afolabi will be there. This man, Pa Jacob is cool. Jacob and Papa Lolo. Baba Salah, Alawada Keri Keri. Ajima Jashan. How many of you remember that? Ajima Jashan. Babe K Eda. Not Eda only Leolao. There were two Edas. Most of you don't know. There were two Edas. Eda Kanwa. We call it Babe Eda Kiki, who was a troubleshooter, if you know. Then we have Edaon Leola, Lyric Baimo. Then we have Bodewa Asimi. This generation does not know play. Oh. We have Bodewa Asimi. Then we have the likes of Drola Dipo, Kola, the palm wine tapper. All those things made Ibadan to be the center, because you know this is where everything is happening. I used to have a book, a pamphlet of when Professor Wole Soyinka acted Kogi, and it was a stage play. And Femi Johnson, the popular Femi Johnson, was an actor. His wife Segi was a Segi in that same. It was stage play, and it was acted at Obisesan, 1967. Kogi, yeah, and the Lion and the Jewel, Baba Baroka. So if you have read that book, you know they acted it. All of them were there, and so everybody wants to feel. J.P. Clark was here in Ibadan, the playwright, the poet. So everybody, you know, if you are not in Ibadan, oh, in country, because that's what made us the first. That's what made us the first. Those were the things that when you combine together, the stable where there used to be people in Ibadan, then there was this, what do we call it? The horsemen. We were talking at one of our fora, and we went to the agboli of the man that used to take care of the horses for Balogun, Basharon, Ogumola. Their house is noted for as a horse stable. Ibadan is a little bit, it's full of stories, depending on from which angle are you taking that story. And there are ancient landmarks. We go there, the first upstairs in Ibadan. You go that, I think it's somewhere within that Tabagba Jadi. I don't know how they call that area. Is in the interior of Ibadan. If you still go to Idikan and you go to Ilea Debisi, you'll be wondering, Ejo, I want to look call ye. Bo no she ronu ati koru le bai. Ilea Debisi has 40 rooms. 40. Ilea Debisi at Idikan. And you see the edifice of Agbaje at Ayeye there. Have you gone to the place before? If you go to Ayeye, go and look at Ilea Agbaje and correlate it with Ilea Debisi, you know that. And can now link it over to Mapo. You will know that this is the same architectural masterpiece. And do you know that Mapo used to have an helipad where a helicopter can land? When Baba Dibu now took the contract, became the contractor, the thing lost its. But that was what Mapo was designed for. They land on it. When you go Ajele will land, that's where it descends and go. And that's why everybody was using Ibadan for their template. Whatever survives in Ibadan, then they know, okay, it will survive in the western region. If it survives in the western region, it will survive in Nigeria. And from one generation to another till we get to where we are. But we lost the glory along the line. Don't worry about that. We lost the glory along the line. It was here in Ibadan we started Nigerian bottling company Coca-Cola before they now started opening all their branches. Mokola in particular, that place in Mokola, side Leventis. So everybody now begin to take their offshoots. Thank you very much.